Hello, how are you guys doing? Stuck in a loop of trying to identify crosswalks again, so it'll be a minute before I can actually see YouTube chat, but I expect that you guys are there, or will be there shortly. Morning, how you doing? Crosswalks, okay, that's a crosswalk, that's a crosswalk, and that's a crosswalk. I got this. A lot of motorcycles, not looking for motorcycles this time, looking for crosswalks. Have identified so many motorcycles and buses and crosswalks. Didn't they discover that this is like essentially a scam and doesn't actually like determine if people are robots or whatever? I hate when it gets to the part where it starts fading in. Here, look at this shit. Where it like fades in real slow. These are fire hydrants. That's a fire hydrant. There are no more fire hydrants. Verify. I did it, guys. I've identified fire hydrants. Let's go. I'm a big boy. I know what a fire hydrant is. And then it didn't show that message, but... Oh, there you are, Brooke. How are you doing? Sorry, I had to look at the, like, replay of what you said because it didn't pop up in the thing. Did you know waving your mouse around wildly also works for some capture when you click on the check button? What? What? I don't understand how, like, it doesn't matter. I spent some time this 3-day weekend just getting my head straight, getting out of like my funk, writing stuff for the game. We shouldn't be doing more sorcery. Oh, it didn't update. Okay, well, we will do sorcery in a minute. I actually want to do, like, the monster game first, but we will do, monster dating game art, then sorcery, too. I do want to do more sorcery, but I wanted to do some monster art, first. A bot would go, oh, I see. So I wrote down like a flow chart of everything that's going to happen. Act 1 and then Act 2. More of the same stuff. Figured out how many characters I need, which means that if I want to have it voice acted, I need to pay people or find friends that are willing to scream horribly as they die. I can do a voice, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys. One person has like barely any lines. Arguably maybe 2. There's one person who just does exposition dump stuff, and so they're gonna need a lot of lines. And then there's the main character, so like I probably get a friend for that. I had like in my head that they would be like, you know, this age, that age, or guy or girl or whatever, but then I realized it doesn't fucking matter. It could be anything. So I might do a casting call eventually on that. I worked on the fella some as well. I realized that I absolutely hate squares and cylinders. Squares and cylinders suck so hard. So I did some work on his arm, but I think I might want to redo it because it looks way too thick. First attempt, I went ahead and saved them rather than getting rid of them. First attempt was like this. This is awful because of the way that these guys are segmented. As you can see, it's just really hard to actually start blending them together. They just don't want to do it. So then I switched over to like spheres, and I think that the spheres are just like the wrong size for this. They're a little too bulbousy. They got that bulbousy going. King, we can't see. Oh, cool. I'm really glad I showed you it then. All right. Good morning. I have the flu. I'm so sorry, Rate Lord. That sucks. I worked on his arm some. It looks too stumpy in my opinion. I need to make it longer. I mean, is that right? get rid of the body for a minute, and then which one is this? Okay, that's sphere. See, yeah, the forefinger needs to be way skinnier and longer. So I think we're gonna do it again using what looks like a like clown party trick version. Yeah, it needs to be longer and gnarlier. Just in general, it needs to be longer and gnarlier, like my cock. It just makes your life so much easier if you don't use cylinders, though, is what I've found. Let's go ahead and actually put it over the thing. But yeah, I tried doing it with like cylinders and shit and cubes, as you can see here. And that just, it sucks. It just sucks to work with. So I'm actually going to delete these now that I've shown them to you, because it's just not the way to do it. Cool, I'm glad that was selected as well. Cool, all right. And then sometimes holding down shift does nothing, which is interesting when I'm trying to move things. All right, you. I can join them all, but I don't want to do that yet. Learned a lot about this program just by screwing around with it. See, I like ADD brain thing here. I can't sit and watch a video and learn anything from it. I prefer a video to an explanation, but I would prefer an explanation where I can like have feedback to one where I'm just expected to like know shit. Like I need to ask the questions that I want to ask. Let's get some music going. What's a good song to listen to? This is a I wouldn't even call it homework. I want some like spooky cool music. Oh, okay. That's a little depressing, but it's okay. Try and avoid looking at the news whenever I can. Sometimes it just shows up. I don't know if written is the way I need it either. Like, I just need to be able to ask someone like, okay, so like, I'm trying to do this. What the fuck is the button? Lo-fi video game music. There we go. You know what? Actually, that's probably just going to be copyright claim central, isn't it? How about just relax and stop overthinking Nintendo relaxing video game with music? Yeah. That's better. Okay, so we need to like shrink some of these bits. This is apparently from Pikmin. I'm gonna delete these fingers and then just make one finger that's the right size, because look at how small that finger is. I mean, to be honest, I'm not making money on After Hours half the time anyway, because of just someone saying they I you know, stole their content, and it's just like, you're insane, but I guess that's the world we live in. I kind of hate that dimension. It's usually not SoundCloud rappers. It's like just someone who doesn't own the rights to it. No, it's not like they copyrighted my voice or anything. It's just like there are people who just claim everything and anything, and then they get like real bent out of shape when you fight them on it. And so they just drag out the process for as long as possible. And it's just like, you aren't going to win this, dude. You are not going to win this. I know what the fucking score is. You're not going to win this. And they don't care because it's not actually theirs. It doesn't matter if they win or lose. They fight by attrition, yeah. Is this game a dating sim or a visual novel? I think it's both. As with most dating sims, it's kind of both. And like, honestly, I'm kind of going further and further away from what I would consider a dating sim and just making a rad fucking horror game that some people will be weirdly sexually attracted to because there's a monster in it who cares about you. I think once I complete the game, then I could see this actually popping off and being a like real game. And then we can get back to the other two games that I'm working on. I have too many ideas and not enough time to do it. This is a monster fucker game? More or less, yeah. Like the original intent was to make it something that like would appeal to monster fuckers. And at some point, I just started making a horror game because I realized that effectively it's the same thing. I'm kind of keeping it to just this one guy. So I really hope that this guy's your type, y'all. Because if he's not... Whoops. Does the monster have genitals, though? Man, I'm not gonna model his balls. Oh yeah, this is the weird possum guy that I was drawing the other day. What kind of voice do you imagine for him? I don't know if he's gonna be talking much. I think that like a lot of it is gonna be communication through action. Is that going to be too long of a finger? I think it is. I think all of these need to like shrink some. Like my tendency is to want to make them huge, and I think that's wrong. Also, I'm not sure if cone's the right way to do the nail. Will the monster pass the hardness test? Yes. I'm gonna make sure that that's the case. It will not pass the hardness test, but it will pass the hardness test. Like, is that finger still too long? I mean, that's like it going like this. Like straight out, which is a little weird. How are the audio levels, by the way? Almost unaudible. Okay. How are you gonna texture this model? So there is a idea I had using the, I think basic. Okay, this is gonna be really weird, and everyone's gonna be like, "The fuck, Rev?" I'm gonna see if I can just color him like a neutral color. Like maybe white, and then use a light that only applies to him, so that way he can have an additional like pink layer, or maybe there's just like an ambient blue layer and he is pink, and then we have like the regular lights, and then like that gives it the... It's something along those lines. I haven't quite figured out how I'm gonna do it, but basically it's gonna be Town of Nowhere colors, because this is gonna be set in the Town of Nowhere universe. So this will be like book 3 or however I was doing it. So I think we can delete that finger entirely. Dude, Maple Story was like a jam. Like, let's not even lie. I'm actually just gonna delete that. I want to make sure that this is right. Is this right? I wish there was a way to deselect you. I'm sure there is, but I just don't know it. Like, I just don't want to select that one. I guess I could just go to... Like, shift click doesn't deselect it, control click doesn't either. So I don't know what I need there. Maybe the trick is, in order to get the bones right, what I should be doing is... So I'm still learning, like, 3D modeling. This is, like, my... I guess it's technically my second model I've done. I did, like, a building. But, you know, I'm still new to it. I don't know what I just did, but... Sorry, isn't Shift D duplicate? Did we change what Shift D did now for some reason? Why? Oh, because that's S and I'm an idiot. The coffee's just not hitting yet. I'm not gonna make it an ironic visual novel. I'm with you. That bit's been done. You know? I've done that bit. I would like for this to be played deadly straight. As like a horror experience. And then monster fucker experience for anyone who's got problems. Because I don't think that... I don't find anything that I've done sexy. Oh god, look at those, how wide those fingers are. I'm gonna have to delete them and retry. Hold on. Because I forgot that they have like depth. I get that, dude. I did not sleep well last night either. I feel like we've just done the joke dating sim thing, you know? Like, we've done that. I've seen that joke before. Is everyone sick? None of them are even, like, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I've kind of gone off the rails and stopped making a dating sim at some point. Like, I want to say last night or the night before, I was like, wait a minute, isn't this supposed to be a dating sim? It's less scope creeped and more I forgot what I was doing. It's like, you know how sometimes you go downstairs to go get like a cup of water or whatever, and then somehow you end up like not getting a cup of water, but like you did do other stuff, like maybe fold the laundry, and you're like, oh shit, wasn't I supposed to get water? So then you gotta go downstairs and get water again. And who the fuck knows if that's gonna happen this time? Not me. I mean, yeah, the town of nowhere more or less became a dating sim. So I'm just like, If I try and write horror, people will turn it into a dating sim no matter what I do. So, like, it's probably gonna be fine, not gonna lie. I'm very much tempted to, like, I don't think I need to do this. I don't... Okay, just for the one... Just for around the nail, I think I do need to do this. Yeah, see, I Want to Be Single is a good idea as a game because it's not really a joke. It's like some people just want to have friends and they don't want to fuck everyone. I think this is like a very common experience for especially women who just want to have like some friends, and then they end up having like a harem of losers that want to fuck them because they're like the first woman they've ever talked to aside from their mom, and they start having very intense feelings about it. It's very like teenage, like college, high school vibes. I haven't played that game, so I don't know, but if that is indeed what it's about, then cool beans, you know? Should I repeat this for each knuckle, or should I just... No, I should. It'll make my life easier, because, like, trying to get that, like, scrawny look is been actually kind of difficult. If I want to be a thick bitch, then I can do that. But if I want him to, like, actually, like, be kind of, like, skeletal almost, or, like, creepy, yeah. I'm watching your Ghost Trick playthrough. Well, thank you so much, T-Flower. I got a text. Is it from wife? It is from wife. She says she misses me too. Ghost Trick was great. I just don't want to select you. Why do you have to be here? Like, it's not... What button could it possibly be to unselect a thing? The world may never know. Instead, we will ignore that. Is it alt-click? Why the fuck would it be alt-click? I believe you because it probably is right, but Jesus. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Missile for being the best dog. Okay, so I think that this one just needs its own... I'm kind of vibing with the thing here. Like, that's working for me. I think we're gonna delete the thumb. And then we're gonna just, like, copy... I guess this amount of it, but get rid of that bit. Alt, click. No, okay. Worth a shot. In Biggin. Animal Crossing ass music. I would not be surprised if that's it. I think that or watching streams and let's plays of Ghost Trick is like the best you can do to get that vibe of like replaying it from like blasting it out of your memory so you don't remember what it is. Okay, I think that looks good. It's also weird because depending on the angle that you like start stretching it originally, changes totally how it ends up looking. I think sucks that the shift ends at 9 is I'm not a morning person, so it feels like a 1 in a million if I get to catch you live so early. I'm so sorry. I do like stream like I see. And that's the problem though, is that I stream usually at this time. I'm sorry, dude. I think this guy should be a lot longer because this is his weird fucked up finger. His weird eye finger. Hey, Twink Master, how you doing? How does El Riz Beta, son of Drake and Gyatman, drop in the middle of a forgotten lobby in Ohio, solo squatting baby Gronk and the imposter grow up to a Sigma and a Mugger? So, those words don't make sense in that order, and you know it. I do like to stream at about this time, most days. I stream 5 days a week, except for this week, where I streamed. I took an extra day off, because I was having a pretty rough, like, mental health time. And I'm like, you know what? Let's not. No, I know you can go on, but like, none of those people are Drake's kid. Does Drake even have a child? I hope not. I've heard some things about him. Some maybe unsubstantiated rumors in the form of a Super Bowl halftime show. He has a secret kid. That was part of the beef. I see. One that no one acknowledges. Okay, well, there you go. He has a secret daughter. Oh, no. Well, it's really confusing because, like, this is my dream job. Like, I don't know how to really express that in any other way. Like, this is... When I was a kid, I wanted a job like this, but, like, obviously, when I was a kid, the internet really didn't exist to this degree yet. And what this job was didn't exist either. Like, there was no like online content creators, so it wasn't even like content creators for a majority of the time I was growing up, until like Spoony One and stuff started coming out, and it was like, oh shit, this guy just plays video games. That's neat. I saw people like Rubber Ross and Ego Raptor doing like, they were making like little animations, and I'm like, man, I wish I could make animations. And then I tried it. Is that tail gonna move? Yeah, it's gonna do snaky kind of things. I don't really know how to do that. I mean, God help me when we get to the animation portion of this, because shit fuck, man. You may not want to model it straight then. Well, it's segmented, so it should be able to. I don't want to be like a content creator, because like the more I think about the term, the more dystopian it is. Adam Savage from Mythbusters uses the term create or maker. But I feel like maker involves a lot more of a physical aspect. So I wouldn't consider myself a maker either. I hate the idea of influencer as well, because it's just like, influence you to do what? Buy product? I'm an advertisement then. I hate ads. You know? I have no complex about this, just as an aside. That's not my issue. My issue is just like, I want so much more of this. You know? I call myself an artist. Most of the time when I'm talking to someone who doesn't know like who I am or what I'm doing, we could probably not multi-res that yet and have a good time. These just need a little bit more depth to them. They look a little too skinny. A little too flat. This looks rad. Thank you. I think that's the way to do those joints, because like, and then this one I actually need to in puffin. What is this song? This song is Don't Ever Forget from Pokemon Mystery Dungeons Explorers of the Skies. Okay, I'm gonna save real quick because I'm about to fuck up. And then I'm gonna do the thing that I've been doing to save, which is just to make another copy that I put somewhere else. Because if I get this right, I do legitimately just tell people you make porn, honestly. Like, there's a local artist group that I was telling about, No Fish. And, this one dude that I got into, like, I think I told you about him. Like, both me and him, I think, thought the other guy was a special kind of asshole. Who's, like, really controlling and, like, domineering, masculine, chuckle nut kind of energy. You know what I mean? That guy that's just, like, has to be in control and has to have the center of attention on him. We both thought the other person was that guy, and we fucking hated each other for it. And then we had a sit-down meeting. Where we talked about, like, what we've been up to and what we've been doing. And so I talked about my game and how me and my wife moved to Maine to, you know, get away from the bullshittery. And, I think that was the point that he realized, like, oh shit. Like, this guy doesn't actually suck. Because then he was telling me about, like, or telling the group, but me as part of it, about his, like, stepson, who is gay or non-binary or something. I believe I've told this story before. My point is that I told him about this game and he said he wanted to play it. I told him about No Fish, I mean. And No Fish has completely stalled out on creation at this point. So when he's like, oh, you made your game? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, all right, let me play it. I heard it's like Go Fish. And I'm like, it's about monster monster fucking. No Fish is actually stalling out because of depression. It's a game about loneliness and not living up to your own high expectations of yourself. Both of things are things that I deal with fairly regularly. And so it got to the point where I was just reminding myself of that every time I worked on it. And it's just like, that's like not good. Is it Control J? It's Control J. Okay. I can help you as a porn artist. Thank you. Like, that is a very important story. I think that it is a very good story, and I think that there's a lot to be, like, said there. Have you seen Noodle's video about the great... Okay, so first off, I don't know who Noodle is. So no. That's actually where the whole conversation stops. I have no idea who that is. I don't know the context of that video at all. Okay, so we want to have, like, a deltoid here. Which does mean that it has to be, like, deltoid shaped. Which is kind of like this shape. Noodle's video on Noodle best game that will never be released. Well, here's Noodle. Best ones. This. How does an indie game get made? Oh, dude, we watched Fred's fucking video. Look, I'm like, I was totally on board. We're gonna watch this in a sec, but like, I was on board to watch Fred's new video. But like, I was like, I know that wife probably won't want to watch this just because it's like, it's fucking about Dwarf Fortress, you know? She doesn't play video games, like. But then we got like a little fucked up, and I was like, let's watch it anyway. And she had her great time. She was like, this game is fucking wild. And I'm like, I know, right? And she's like, how did they code this shit? No idea. No idea. No one fucking knows. They're goddamn geniuses is what it is. Like, he did a really good job at that. Like, she liked the story. She said it got a little intense near the end. Thank you, Luigi Guy. That's what I intended the title to be, but something happened. Okay, we gotta like... He read Boat Murdered with Mike a few years ago. So what I want to do is I want to have like this filled. I think I have to have another sphere there, but a real flat one. Add mesh, sphere. Flat. Like almost a circle. Give it a little bit more depth. I kind of feel like that this does pretty close to that. Like, you just have to, like, start with primitives. All right, is that how thin I want it to be? I think I want it a little bit thicker. Anyway, how about we watch that video, but, like... Okay, so what's the correct way to, like... How should I stack this, like, screen? Because I'd like to have it so that way we can watch this video and me, and also have it where I can work. Because because this video sounds relevant to my interests. Bottom left, small, like as small as my, like, well, it's not going to be boat murdered. It's going to be like, is it okay to put it real small? Which video are we watching? We're watching this, like, how does an indie game get made video. I just, like, so to be clear, I never watch videos on this account because then it gets recommendations, except for when I'm streaming. Put it in the bottom left. That's how I put on Cellular Moon while drawing Renamon's tits. Okay. Well. Alright then. I think we're gonna have to do a weird capture in order for this to work, but it should be fine. Give me half a second. Here. Have this for a minute. Also, do you want chat back? There you go. ADD ass stream layout. YouTube watching. Renamon has no tits. That's coward talk, man. Anyone and everyone can have tits. Window capture. YouTube watching along. Gardevoir is this goddamn strip of paper and people still put huge tits on her. Yeah, there's that. I think I'm gonna put him in the top left corner. Let's turn off this music and then open up this and this. Is that going to be big enough for y'all to see what the fuck is going on?
Zalavier Nelson Jr. is a peculiar microbe on the petri dish of game developers. Over the past year or so, he and I have become chill with it. We like each other's vibe. One day, I asked him to prove his love for me by letting me into the one place a YouTuber should never go, aside from a middle school, a dev studio. A Discord server, in this case. This was not something
also
I
a place that YouTubers shouldn't go.
Love me. Let an influencer off their leash for 2 seconds and they'll violate your privacy, your kids. This is where everyone he employs does their job. Hell, even if he did let me into his habitat, you know how that usually goes. They show me the beta version of a thing that's clearly been polished to be shown off. Like, wow, looks amazing. Ice cream's so good. He did not do that. He and the team direct me to a project that doesn't even have a marketing plan yet. They give me completely unlimited access to their entire history of discussion. They don't censor anything. And I just have it. They tell me to tell the story. Just, you know, tell it however you want. Like, sure, why not? Your name is Noodle. Nothing matters. Could have been premiered to the world. Jeff Keighley. This is stupid. He is stupid. I am stupid. We're gonna go places. You're gonna see Bass Reeves Can't Die from its inception, before it looks fun, before it even makes sense. But trust me, when you see it come together, you'll get it. By the end, you'll feel exactly the same way the devs do about the thing. Speaking of which, hi Zalavier, how was clown school?
Clown school was great. A bunch of stuff I was already doing and didn't know was related to the clowning discipline. I was able to take that.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Can you do something funny?
No.
How did you do that? How did you learn how did you learn Bass?
I found a Bass Reeves children's book. I was a children's librarian. I was still underage myself. I was told by the local library that I would not be doing much more than helping them reshelve things, and within a week I was handling people's social security numbers. So you know that your boy was popping, locking, and making things happen.
Wait, we both grew up in Texas. That's not the library I went to as a kid, was it?
I don't know. Was your social security number 8?
I find a book called Bad News for Outlaws.
Me too. Here's the book. It's not the only one. The man's a rabbit hole.
I got a glimpse into a man that went beyond exceptional. He was legitimately superhuman. He's the direct inspiration for the modern superhero and the Lone Ranger.
This man was a slave until he struck his master, at which point he ran away to escape death. After the Civil War, he became a deputy marshal, working
There we
mostly in the
go.
Wild West.
Thank you.
He only killed 14 people, arrested over 3,000. He was never injured in the line of duty. He was known as the Invincible Marshal or the Immortal Marshal.
He cheated death constantly. Bullets grazed his saddle horn, tore through the brim of his hat, ripped buttons off his coat. Many indigenous people of the time believed he literally could not die.
He would go in disguise. He would pull off stratagems. This dude would lead even sometimes entire teams of people to investigate situations or capture.
That's cool as shit.
criminals.
One time he rode up to an angry mob.
Yeah, is this
lynching a dude,
Django?
Cut the man down, threw him on his horse, and rode off. Never said a fucking word. He didn't need to. Nobody dared interfere. You don't fuck with Bass Reeves.
He is such a badass that when he retired, just became a sheriff of his little town. For 3 years, no one committed crime in the area because you don't fuck with Bass Reeves.
The more I learned about the man, the harder it was for me to believe he was a real person. But he simply is.
I had this entire conception of not really holding anyone up. A lot of people are flawed. A lot of systems are self-destructive in one way or another, if only because of human error. I don't have heroes. And suddenly Bass Reeves arrived, and very suddenly I had one. And ever since then, especially when I became a game developer, I kept thinking, what do I do? What do I do? What game can I possibly make that upholds his legacy?
I feel like now's a good time to clue you in. Satellite indie game studio Strange Scaffold, which abbreviates to... Okay, we don't abbreviate it, actually. Anyway, basically everyone except for Zalavir is a remote, part-time freelancer. This is the same studio behind cult hit El Paso Elsewhere, Game of the Year contender
shit!
I Am Your Beast, Click Holding, Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator, Creepy Redneck Dinosaur Mansion 3. These are all real. Let's play a game. Bearing in mind that Bass Reeves was such a good marksman that he was banned from shooting tournaments so he'd stop winning all of them, what kind of direction do you
I mean,
think
how
they
much
take
of this
with the
game,
unified
how much of
story
this
Bass
is real?
Reeves?
But who
Leave
cares?
your vote in the comments. We'll come back to this. Okay, while that's going, let me introduce you to Colin.
Hi, I'm Colin.
This is Colin.
My favorite games are Oblivion and Glover.
Colin met Zalavir some years ago at PAX South when he made a video game, strapped it to his back, and wandered around the convention center dressed like a pig because he could not be fucked to pay for a booth.
Well, it was $3,000, and, you know, it was a passion project, and I really just wanted
Wait,
to
hold
make a
on,
game.
hold on.
Do the opposite of what you're doing.
So Zalavir has this ailment where he thinks the Oblivion dialogue wheel is really good. He's had this condition for at least 7 years.
So
Oh,
Zalavir twat back in 2021 that he was making a game about the Oblivion wheel persuasion mechanic and called Bethesda cowards. The only way you could get me more on board is by saying it was a spiritual successor to Glover, so I agreed with him, and I
wait, he
I
said
wanted to
one of
make
his
that game
favorite
with him.
games was
And he
Glover?
threateningly DM'd me asking how serious I was and to choose my words carefully.
Basically, I believe one of the objectively perfect gameplay systems ever invented is the Oblivion Persuasion minigame. That wheel that you could talk to literally every character for no reason, and get them to like you.
That system
I
is
said
so
that
dumb.
is a
What?
flexible framework around which an entire game could be built.
I
could be the
loved
way to
it,
tell
but
the
it's
story of
not
Bass Reeves.
good.
It's insane. It's insane. But that's where my brain went.
Zalavir reached out to Colin on March 16th, 2022.
I only know of Glover
On
through
March
Jen,
17th,
who I
had a
remember
working
absolutely fucking hating it.
pretty cool.
Yeah. Glover, it's
I was
a
not a professional
platformer from
programmer
back
at
in the
time,
day.
and I was just pretty sure I
PlayStation,
could
I
do it.
believe?
As soon as Zalavira was like, oh yeah, okay, you sound confident, I was like, boy, I hope I'm fucking confident. So I immediately started prototyping to see what I could do and if I could actually make the thing. And then once I had proven to myself that I could, I felt a lot better about the fact that I had just signed a contract to be paid real money to make this thing.
But where is that real money coming from, you ask? We don't know right now. This is not
64. It was
an
64.
easy game to pitch.
Imagine bringing that to an investor. You're pitching, we're going to honor the legacy of a person most people have never heard of by using esoteric game mechanics that are judged as confusing failures in the games in which they were seed.
Most investors would lay off 10 people right in front of you just for saying that. So the basic idea is that if getting funding for this game is going to be hard, we need to
He
find
doesn't
as
sound like the
many
kind of
ways as
guy who
possible to
talked a
minimize
lot,
costs,
this
because the less it costs to make
not
the thing, the
Django
less you
guy.
need to ask investors for, and the easier it is to make a return on investment.
It's set a lot of constraints early in the project that's saying, hey, this is a niche game, so instead of animations, we're going to have still images. We're going to have a hub screen / context inspired by old Scholastic games.
So we need artists. Ben and Julia are longtime collaborators. Ben was saying cool things about the project before it was even real, so they're both in. And good fucking lord, not a bad couple of people to be laying the groundwork. Their styles are very different, but Zalavir decides that, no, that's actually good and to the point.
This is a lot of potential scenes we need to depict. Wouldn't it be cool if part of the way we'd play with the variety of Bass's life was by having different artists depict different parts of this world?
So he starts chucking ideas at them. They morph his words into sick-ass concepts, slowly at first, but before long, the team enters its flow state.
He brings this Bass Reeves character later, and I'm like, oh, this is a really interesting character whose story deserves to be told without the Oblivion Wheel.
Another artist, Will, is brought on for additional backgrounds as well as the Steam banner.
I'm struck by the power of the silhouette you landed on in the bottom center.
RJ, resident scaffolding musician, starts drafting up ideas.
That was ragtime? I thought it was skeleton music.
Nelson, it's a detuned piano, but it is a piano.
It sounds like skeleton music, RJ.
Colin's productivity skyrockets considering he's part-time. He starts committing new features to the codebase at least once a week.
No. That's the selector auto-rotating.
Ah, so that's why the puzzle was so disorienting.
Yeah.
Well, why did we do that? What type of puzzle does that facilitate?
I did it because it was funny.
Also, he has a connection to Gangstagrass, a bluegrass hip-hop fusion band.
What?
They made the theme for Justified. They could be making music for Bass. So that's cool. Zalavir starts doing more research for the writing.
Before he'd enter a gunfight, he'd start singing softly to himself, upon which time people would start diving for cover because they knew it meant Bass was about to get spicy.
How is this man real?
Him and Julia meet up to discuss the camp
Yeah,
scene.
this shit's
Why I
real.
love
Like,
meetings with
fucking
Zalavir.
awesome.
Story time. And art time. Here is Zalavir's rendition of the Bass Reeves camp scene. Carp scene.
And the team quickly realizes that they need another artist to handle the bulk of the backgrounds.
Most of the background art was made by someone who's never worked an official games job before.
My friend was like, oh yeah, Sean's incredible. I was just like full-on stream of consciousing at him, and he was just like scribbling like a madman, and then just turned out these beautiful masterpieces. And I had found out that Sean was like looking for work through that friend, and I was like, well, that
How do
sounds like
people
someone's
run
Zalavir.
out of video games to play?
That sounds great.
My experience was kind of like
find that
Colin's
there's a
in
lot of games that I
was
just could
really
not
kind
give
of
a single
desperate
shit
to get
about.
into
Okay,
anything
so,
like this
like,
at all. So when
Control
I was allowed
makes
to
it do
a
the other
test
thing.
image for the game, first picture I drew was like a middle-aged man running after a horse in the desert. I had not drawn anything like any of this at all.
Hey Sean, this rips, and I am stoked that we're working on the same thing.
These look great.
I love the art. What program? What brushes? Tell
Try
me
to get
your
away with
secrets.
more evocative strokes and less detail to keep your sanity. That all said, again, this composition kicks ass. I think all three are ready for the next phase, Sean.
I think the test image went really poorly the first time.
My memory of Sean is him working extremely hard, whereas I was like doing stuff as quick as possible because I was very, very busy at the time. I remember seeing Sean's work and be like, man, this guy's working so hard on this.
We saw him soar and tell the story of Bass in a way that gave me new appreciation for the man by finding the
just
best way to
fucking
tell a
that up
story with
more and
others.
more.
So I went to the grocery store. I bought a toy horse about this big. I set it on my desk. I took a picture with my phone, and I was like, all right, let's get it done.
Sean acclimates pretty quick. Him and the rest of the team are
I
spitting
mean, honestly,
out
that's
background
how
art
I do
left and
shit
right.
as
Look
well.
at this
Is
shit.
I will
I've
get
got
like
the
a
board
toy and use that.
right here. Actually.
In early April, Colin starts to share builds for everyone else to see. By mid-April, the design spec had been fully written. Bass Reeves Can't Die will play like Oblivion Wheel Mario Golf. Early May, campsite artwork
fuck
is
are you
done.
doing?
Mid-May, item system is implemented. Late May, Zalavir thinks he can land the game a spot in the Summer Games Fest issue of Edge magazine. Huge deal. World premiere. Can it be done? Jeff Keighley. Colin gives a confident maybe. Zalavir also grabs the interest of at least one investor.
It would have been better if I had grabbed their money.
He knew he should have grabbed their money.
And we did try that. The game just wasn't in a place where we could
He didn't try hard enough. June rolls around, Colin's still at it. Implementation slows down a bit, but that's all right. Zalavir calls off the edge spot. Game isn't polished enough to show off to press. That's fine. We'll aim for next month. Besides, Colin's about to be between jobs, so he'll have a ton of time next week to work on it.
This does
Speaking of
sound
which,
like how
Colin
it
is about to
actually
get a
would
new
be.
job.
Planning on trying to get the core loop working by the end of next week on the off chance doesn't let me continue with side projects. I can't imagine a reason they'd turn me down, but since there are no guarantees, I'm gonna try to get the base game as complete as possible.
Once he starts the job, Colin, only programmer, decides it best to hold off on development until his employer's parent company tells him that it's okay to keep working at Strange Scaffold. A week goes by. A month goes by. He finally hears back. They said no. All right, we gotta take a break. Yeah, shake that shit, dude. It's pretty good, right? Yeah. All right, we'll be right back.
Chicken.
We'd like to take a moment to announce that all our food keeps blowing.
This dense, ugly bastard is making some
the fuck?
awesome shit.
Don't
Look
call
at him
him that.
agree with me. Cool. Final V. I'm talking Final V3, a podcast all about the creative process.
Oh, okay.
Text for the girl listening? It's just a zoned off area and crammed full of.
So Colin gets a new job.
Back
and
to
the
the
parent
show.
company of the company that employs him now tells him that he cannot work on Bass Reeves. You've probably been wondering how Oblivion Wheel Mario Golf could possibly be considered a conflict of interest. I'd let Colin explain, but Colin has been contractually encouraged not to name the parent company in question.
That was what my leads told me. Their actual team basically just made jerk-off motions at me through email.
And that didn't stop him, so he is now being noodle encouraged to shut the fuck up, Colin, because every time Colin name drops this company, I have to censor their name, Colin.
Yeah. But if we're being real here...
Okay, so sometimes cool companies that impose non-disparagement clauses will sometimes impose also a non-compete clause. Basically, it means that when you work a job for company, they can tell you not to work similar genre of job at other company.
Why aren't you getting
Sometimes,
big?
even after
Why
leaving
are you
the
always
company.
go flat?
It's pretty fucking awesome. As of July, Colin is officially off the project. And with that, momentum grinds to a halt, because there is no programmer now. For a lot of games, this would be a cancellation, because there is no programmer now. Luckily for the team, Zalavir has connections to the underground shadow network of unemployed game developers, which is most of them.
Does that mean it's my turn to talk?
You were unemployed.
No, I was in school at this point. Like, I had worked an industry job, singular, but this time was like, oh, holy shit. This is like my in to this industry.
This was all happening very fast.
I don't know what
I have like
happened
tremendous
in the
respect for the
orientation
studio.
call,
I
but
didn't
all
know the
that I've
name
got
of it,
is me
but
providing my full legal
El
details,
Paso
a screenshot of the
elsewhere.
game, and then a lot of pictures of Lightning McQueen.
But somewhere in that call, Zalavir familiarized Rhea with the ins and outs of the project.
It wasn't that I didn't think I could do it, but I was getting paid real money by a real person to make a real video game.
She says it was obvious, but by all accounts, she did a pretty great job of acclimating to the existing code and setting stuff up.
It was very naive, what I did. Full transparency. The first thing I worked on was I was asked to make the dialogue systems that would underpin the entire narrative. Nelson pointed me to a few really great tools. I was like, oh yeah, we've used this in other projects and you should take a look at it. And I didn't. I was like, oh no, I've got this idea. I'm just gonna make it myself. And you know what? It worked. except for when it didn't.
That is not a good thing to have to specify. Can you give an example?
Sometimes if you saved in the Unity editor in the wrong way, it would reset all of the character profiles and they would just be empty, faceless people again.
Was it because that was scriptable object based or what?
It was totally because it was scriptable object.
Yeah, so it probably wouldn't survive in my old age.
Yeah, I don't know what to talk about either.
But it did make it really easy to write scripts in editor at the scale that our game ended up reaching, and I got praise for it, so I got a lot of confidence from that.
Like and subscribe for more moments of personal growth. Here is another relevant smile moment.
I did a bunch of the work in between classes, and so then sometimes someone would peek at my laptop, and I was so happy when someone peeked at my laptop and asked what I was working on, and I got to show them and talk about it. And they were interested, and they played it. I don't know if I was allowed to do that.
So yeah, she was inexperienced, but she was making it work. Hey, so Zalavir got this deal with Meow Wolf to make a new game for their thing. You want to be the lead programmer designer on that now instead?
Okay. Sure.
Bass Reeves is officially on hold now. It's not canceled, but you see, Strange Scaffold, run by Zalavir, who I cannot stress enough, did not grab the money earlier, does not have much money at this point. We haven't checked on him in a bit. What's he up to? I heard they're launching a new game pretty soon.
I would never teach a child to gamble. I would never do it. This game, Sunshine Shuffle, would never teach a child how to gamble. However, unrelated question. How long are you going to be showing this game to the kid in question? Because I can't be held legally responsible for I can't.
So the studio ain't liquid right now. Not much fluid to be seen. This is problematic because they were giving money to their contractors in exchange for work on the various games currently in production on purpose. Don't they know anything? Fire 10 of them now? Half rations? The idea is that if they can make an Oblivion Wheel game for Meow Wolf, project titled Dreamfather Loves You, they can use all that tech that they've already built for the Bass Reeves, meaning it'll get done way faster. In exchange, Meow Wolf will give the studio money, which they don't have and need in order to fund other projects.
This is like exactly how my brain works.
The Bass Reeves.
I remember Nelson told me that I would be taking on a little bit of a design role on that project, and I was like, holy shit, yes. Yes. I want to do this. Yes. I was pumped.
This game was taken from idea to product within 5 months by a small team consisting entirely of part-timers, which IMHO, being TBQH honest, is pretty damn impressive.
It is.
Like
it's insane.
Some subtle things that I was really, really happy with. The main menu screen and how it flickers with the UI and how after that it breaks your perspective a little bit. I was proud of being able to like say, oh, there's a lot of other people involved in it, but like, yeah, that's my thing I added to it.
Ray, did you ever see the final installation in person?
I did, like 2 weeks ago.
Oh shit. Damn it.
What?
I'm just mad we weren't talking about this like 2 weeks ago. I would have asked to tag along or something.
I mean, I filmed my reaction to it.
Oh. What if you sent me this, perchance even?
It's just me swearing a lot and then being quiet.
I don't care. That sounds funny.
What the fuck? Oh shit.
That's cool. That's so cool. It would be so cool to make an arcade cabinet game.
With Dreamfather finally done, the team could once again set their sights on...
I just got laid off! Let's fucking go!
Remember those 10 fired people? Colin was people. Yeah, we do callbacks in this script. Colin is such a unique specimen. He's been trying to leave this new job since starting this new job. He was out the second the parent company told him he couldn't make Bass Reeves.
After like a month of working there, I went to my boss and I was like, hey man, I don't have anything to do. I feel like I'm kind of just collecting a paycheck. And he was like, yeah, we're working on our onboarding, so you should probably just like keep collecting your paycheck.
His only legal requirement was to not do anything, and somehow he fucked that up. This guy wants to be paid and he wants to do things. Who does this greedy bastard think he is? Look at his pantry. Look at all the rations. Look at his address. Look at his social security.
My senior technical designer, a guy named Chad, who is just the best. He was like really good at systems architecture inside Unity. He built like 30 systems by himself in the span of like 2 weeks. This dude was like absolutely fucking cracked.
Yeah, I need to get the
very designer-focused tools. The thing that Xalavier was looking for.
I need to focus
with
on
this
a game.
project in general. And then there was me in the corner, like messing with an IK system, and I was like, I did it with my Tinker Toys.
Yeah, just like looking over his shoulder every so often, like, whoa.
But it was sick. He code reviewed my stuff. He provided like very genuine, very actionable feedback on all my stuff, and like really just taught me how to architect
I've got a
things
problem,
well
guys.
in
I
Unity.
think I fucked up on
basically
the,
got a crash course on how to do everything and more that Xalavier wanted for this project, totally by accident.
Colin's back. Ray is back. I'm back. Hi. Bass Reeves can finally begin production.
What happened to
and
this
it is off
fucking
to
cone?
a great start.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you? I miss you. Aren't you going to completely redo this later? No. No. The opposite of that. The opposite of that forever. I would like to do things once and it be right. That's like a dream of mine. To do things correctly the first time. I think I need to start over because I think this is all wrong. I think that these little nubbies are actually more of a problem than they are a help. And the cones, I think, are wrong. So oh no. Okay, thank God. Okay. This is why I do this, because then I can get back to here. It's pretty slow right now. I'm sorry, my love. I also don't know how to do the fingernails. Like, they're just not right. We're going to do this. We'll do the fingernails in a bit, but I just cannot figure out how to make them look right. Sorry, I'm excited that wife's here, and so I got a little distracted. I'll put the video back on in half a second. This is like, okay, so it's like, deltoid is this guy here, then we got like the bicep area, and then it kind of just goes to like forearm / hand, depending on what part of the hand you're talking about. This is the forearm for these fingers, but the hand for these two, because he's a weird freak. So where's the elbow? Where we're going, we don't need elbows. There's a joint there. Oh, there's another joint that I'm not. Yeah, that would explain things. There's one more joint here. I thought it was just because he was a freak, but it's because I did it wrong. I think that these guys do need to like bump into each other. I think that's part of it. Just to make it so that way when I fill, it's not as much of an ass pain. I do think that I need to have a guy here that's... All right, let's turn the music back on. Or thing back on. Like, the guy he's talking about sounds super cool.
That depends on who you think it is, Mrs. Reeves.
I think I'm talking to the Almighty.
I am. I want to talk to you about your son, Mrs. Reeves. I'm making that boy into something special. Something that's going to be hated and feared and loved. Bass Reeves is going to be a name that matters until this world stops spinning for people who don't even exist yet. He is going to escape this life before he is even a man.
Yeah, weird ass pillow talk, not gonna lie.
He is going to sit before the heads of nations and speak my words in their language.
I feel like you're putting a lot of pressure on this
He's going
kid.
to be a farmer with a beautiful family.
What's up, Lepa?
And then I'm going to make him something more. I'm going to make Bass Reeves the greatest lawman that's ever been. He is going to face men like the person who calls himself your master. He will show them my vengeance to come. And I will not let him die. That's my promise to you, Perla Lee Reeves. Your son will not die until he is done.
Oh.
And old. And content.
I think the elbow is right here.
Yes. You will. And you will see his end.
That's the Oblivion Bribe Wheel. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. They're making a game around that.
Before they take him away, can you make tonight last just a little longer?
Yes, ma'am.
They do such good writing. Like, whoever does their writing does a great job. Like, El Paso and Elsewhere was just cool writing. Oh, yeah, everyone fucking hated this mechanic. That's what they've been talking about this whole time. That this is, like, a completely unsellable game concept.
I am a liar. That's our target. We're not there yet. Right now, there's a problem. Best team does not yet have its fucks in a row.
It was just kind of slowly growing of like, I'm having a lot of fun working on this. I like what I'm working on, but I would not play this game. I would not want to play this game.
It was like we had an extremely functional and well-polished Oblivion Wheel and really not much supporting it.
Like Dreamfather had finished everything we could have done with the direction that Bass Reeves was going to go originally. And then at some point, it just kind of cracked, and I was like, hey, I got to say something about this.
And when you've already made that game, like, just using the Oblivion Wheel, then we're kind of just making Dreamfather again.
It was just kind of not all that fun, actually. But it was the problem.
So how do you think this conversation would go? Telling your boss that you think the game he's been paying you to make kind of sucks ass.
Yeah. Badly, I would assume.
Both sides pretty much agree on everything. The conversation couldn't have happened at a better time, actually, because Zalavir just grabs his money from an investor. He did it. How's he doing, anyway? The money in question was prototype funding, which is exactly enough money for the studio to make a proof of concept. The idea is that if the investor likes what they see, they can choose to fund it to completion, basically right of first refusal. They've given 3 milestones to meet, effectively 3 deadlines for the team negotiated between Zalavir and the money people. If we want to get additional money and a chance to make the actual game, we need to meet these deadlines.
I'll be clear. If we use this full time, I will be very concerned as to what that means for the scope of the game and our total dev time/budget. I anticipate, given our goals and constraints, this total list should take us no more than 4 months total. This arrangement is unique in that if we finish these milestones sooner, they pay us sooner too.
We can make that work, right?
Oh, yeah, we can totally make that work.
These are fairly generous milestones. I'm confident we can easily hit this in very little time.
Okay, so Colin's back. Rhea's back. Bass Reeves can finally fucking begin actually.
So that was when the idea was to sort of go more in a WarioWare direction where we had these like different use cases for the wheel rather than just make a bar move.
Once we had gotten past the scary, ooh, we're changing design and into, okay, let's work within this design. Let's come up with ideas for it. This is where we started really like talking about design stuff together.
Yeah, and like programming and doing proper architecture.
And this is where you run into new problems, because Bass Reeves was always a solo programmer project. Colin and Rhea barely know
WarioWare, I
each
feel
other.
like, is kind of the catch-all for I don't know what the fuck we're doing now, so let's do WarioWare, and I kind of hate it. Like, random unpolished mini games I don't think is a good concept for a game. I don't like that. WarioWare is great. I have not played very many WarioWare games. The one I have played is the Switch one, which, fight me, sucked ass. Was like legitimately a waste of money. Was a very bad game. I've heard it's one of the worst ones. Which Switch one? The one with the every single character plays the mini game differently. Get it together. Yeah, that one sucked. And that's like my reference point. When I think about WarioWare games, I think about that one. And I'm like, oof. Okay, that one does suck. Okay, good then. Good. I was like, this is going to be one of those like Fallout takes, isn't it? Where like I have an opinion and then chat hates me for it. But it's not. Okay.
Never worked together before, and they had very different ways of thinking about code. Not to mention, Colin has another full-time gig now, so he's not able to dedicate as much time to the project as Rhea. Sometimes opposites work well together, but can they be yin and yang if they're both white?
I don't know about Colin, but for me it was so much better.
Yeah, it was. Like, you know, it's one thing to see, like, oh, narrative systems are being developed. It's another to be, like, back in the engine building shit and being like, oh, there's a whole layer of this game that didn't exist before.
Oh my god, it was so much fun coming up with all of these systems and ideas that we did.
Colin and Rhea decide together that they need to refactor the game. That is, rewrite a ton of code to accommodate the change in design. This takes a minute. While they chip away at rewriting most of the game, let's check on Zalavir. I hear the studio's hard at work on El Paso Elsewhere, which is kind of huge for them. How's that going?
So we fixed a glitch that's been in El Paso Elsewhere for like the past 6 months. We couldn't figure out why it was happening. And the basic reason that it's happening is that every time your character dies and the game resets, puts all the objects that got broken, all the enemies back in their proper places, the characters have to learn to walk again. And when that happens, Unity says, no, 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 that's bad, and then crashes the desktop. So every time the player would die, but not every time, just some of the times,
yeah,
the player was supposed to be spawned back into the world, the game would just crash.
He's talking about the pathing,
Cool.
I think.
So the rest of Bass Reeves' team steps back onto the art horse. The horse of art. It's like they never even slowed down. Look at this shit. Good God.
Sketch out the child's grave ragdoll thing.
Wow, Zalavir, that's really cool. What the fuck am I supposed to do with... Okay, well, you know what? Fuck me. Maybe I'm the stupid one. Bit of time passes. The refactor's not done yet, but it's going really well so far. According to Colin, they've just got a couple more things to knock out, and then they can really focus on the minigames. Zalavir takes a little break to cool off.
Hey, so I had to tell Nintendo for the third time, whether or not our new game Sunshine Shuffle enables child gambling.
Our team's still going strong.
Hey, new Sunshine Shuffle news. We just got banned for sale from the Republic of Korea. 5.5 hours before lunch.
Welcome back. Hope the break was as restful as it needed to be.
Did you see what happened?
Yes.
Our team is still going strong. Sean is he's going Hitler on it. Well,
no, this is a video that was
he's
recommended.
Going Hitler on it. If Hitler was a better painter. He's going Hitler on it if if he was a better painter and he didn't do that other stuff. He's going crazy.
Yeah, I felt like that was pretty much my life for a while, was kind of just everyday ideation, sketching, and pooping something out. The pressure and the inspiration I felt from my fellow artists was so tremendous that I think everyone kind of feels the same way, where they're like, man, they really know what they're doing. And on the inside, you're like, fuck, man, what am I doing?
Sean should believe in himself more. Hitler didn't like his paintings, and look where that got him. While the team is deep in the
Why
mines,
is he
Milestone 1
doing
starts to
that?
loom overhead, and around this time, the money men start to ask for an update.
We're basically there. We just got to build a few scenarios, squash some bugs, and playtest a bit.
Okay, yeah. If we're basically already there, just getting in 2 to 3 test cases and a build that has this bar-filling minigame playable on a background with minimal juice lets us fulfill this milestone and get paid for it earlier.
Unfortunately, Rhea is away for a bit, so Colin has to pull everything together for the milestone. He's got another full-time gig, remember, so his hours are properly limited, but he's making time wherever he can. Deadline rolls around, he submits a build right on time.
It's bad?
I mean, it works, but I'm trying my best to figure this out, but there's no tutorial, and I don't know, it's simultaneously kind of obtuse and simple once you figure it out. There's no strategy here. This isn't the best impression you could give an investor. It needs some work. I'm giving this one a CinemaSins ding for not good enough. But that's okay, it's all right. The delay will be worth it to juice up the game a bit. Rhea gets back, God is good, Colin catches her up, and a week later, we've got another build. This one's got punishment for bad choices, improved controls, color-coded feedback, rebalanced scenarios, bug fixes, and earlier this week, Gangstagrass sent in a demo track. The game has music now.
Big old bass about to be your last, better make like a
Oh, this fucking slaps. That's exactly the right music for this.
Thank fuck. God is good. Poland is safe. It might not look all that different to the girl reading this, but trust me, as the guy playing this, night and day. But, I don't know, night and like 4 a.m. White moms are waking up. Zalavier sends the build off
He's
for
making a
approval.
Hitler joke again.
The team keeps working. Weeks go by.
That's the Poland
The
thing.
team keeps working.
Milestone approved!
Rhea and Colin are now working perfectly together, splitting up and sharing tasks as needed. Refactor's still going strong. Rhea just needs to knock out a few more things and it should be done. I hear Zalavier's been really pushing himself lately. How's he holding up?
Y'all watch out for that sheriff. She don't have your best interests in mind. She needs a warrant to check that Minecraft stone you've got. You don't have to show her nothing. Y'all got rights, okay?
As the programmers refine the new internal systems, they and Zalavier begin spitballing new minigame ideas. Hence the WarioWare.
Hey, there's only one slice on this wheel and you have to chase it around. Or Rhea was like gearing up to build like a whole rhythm game version.
Oh,
like
I cannot fucking wait to talk about that.
But like it totally worked with the changes we had made.
Like my general idea is I want to make it so that the wedges kind of move towards the wheel instead, and then just have it so the player has to use the established control scheme to hit them somehow. I haven't started it yet. The refactor's more important, but we'll see when we get there.
And as this change in direction was pushed further and further, the
I
art
love the
started to reflect
music.
those
I
changes.
might have to go find
I
this
started
band.
doing scenarios with movable parts. It's like the same asset would like
What do
move
they
around.
call it? Gangster
that's right.
bluegrass or
I
something?
also did some stuff for a mini game too, which was like the finding like clues at a crime scene.
The feeling I got when I saw art for the rhythm game idea was like unparalleled. I just felt a little scared, but holy shit. There was just so many ideas just floating around from all members of the team. Colin would throw some, I'd throw some, Nelson would throw some. I think some people on the art team would throw some out. And now instead of it being, at least for me, I was like, yeah, I'm working on this thing for someone. It was, we are working on this game together.
The second milestone's deadline comes and goes. But hey, Refactor is, well, it's not done. It's very close. It's coming along. And the results look very promising. We on that 5:30 a.m. shit. White moms are jogging.
This refactor is really nice. I just made a new game type by like changing one option.
Oh, I'm so glad. That was the hope.
I made a button masher that I was like, what if I just made it rotate again? And now it's a chase the wedge type thing.
Yeah,
Hell yeah! 2 days, 6 scenarios, 1 new UI element, and a few bug fixes later, the Milestone 2 build is ready to go.
This is coming together so well. Amazing work, Rhea. God damn, when we get the scenario data fixed, it's going to be so easy to build these out and make them super cool. I'm pumped.
Okay, not sure if it's my aspect ratio, but the words of the wheel are misaligned. Also, if you fail a scenario, you don't lose health. Not sure if that's intentional.
Yeah, it breaks at 16 by 10. It always has.
My guess is that health is technically a reward, and losing health is therefore a negative reward for a fail.
If they ask, I'll just say I wanted them to try the scenarios without failing the game. Easy.
A couple more bugs need fixing. We'll get to those. Anyway, we're not waiting for approval, especially since Milestone 3 was supposed to be submitted by now. It's full steam ahead. We're getting this shit done. Zalavir's been sending in more minigame ideas.
It sounds
How's he
like this
doing?
whole funding thing is
ever be
Okay, so there's a really cool deal hack where if you bring this to a convenience store and point it in the air.
Cool. So what else is he up to?
After we had gotten a bunch of the more fun ones that didn't have to be super well executed, Nelson is starting
I'm very
to
confused
bring on
about the way
some
that
more
he's
emotional
framing
pieces.
the
That was when you
lead
rushed into
dev.
stores, sleeping with a skunk and all that stuff, and I think there was another one that was kind of tender, but
and yeah,
I like those
doing
pictures
one
the
finger
most.
correctly and then copy pasting it would be the correct thing, but
now
we're in
also
too deep
focusing
now,
heavily on the game's beginning.
and I can't.
Everyone's part-time, remember. The team's got their hands full.
So
also,
we won't.
Rhea just got a new job.
Well, I wanted to afford rent where I live.
Oh my god. Can you just live within your means?
Yeah, ask for the fucking moon, why don't you?
The job is not good to her.
I didn't get paid for a while. Like, several months.
Remember when you said you weren't going to throw anyone under the bus?
Hey, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I'm just telling the events that occurred to me.
I'm just describing the bus route.
I'm simply outlining the point of impact.
It eats up her free time, more than she ever expected. Progress slows, and she's so busy that she ends up having to miss one of the team meetings. Silver lining?
I don't know how to do the
producer on Bass and
fingernails.
several
How do I
other
do the
projects,
fucking
reports the whole thing
fingernails,
for her.
man?
Thank you, Manda. Everyone in the chat, say thank you, Manda.
Milestones are this week. I'm going to be doing Bass Reeves' overall plot and course outlining so that I can pick a place to tell a story that happens inside of the camp. I've booked that in my schedule already, and I'm prepared and ready to move forward on that. What is needed on y'all's end?
We have a bit more of the scenario data refactor to get through just to make sure that it actually works. So I know we have a pin here in the design channel talking about what the actual milestones are. So now we need the day scene segueing into the night scene.
So we've got all the way until early October to hit this milestone. So although the money would be great sooner,
Extrude
we can,
some
with a fairly
faces.
relaxed pace, basically take a full month and a half.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
do stuff here.
I'm gonna have to do them as a
What I'd
separate
like to do
mesh,
after
but I'm not
this
really sure like what
milestone,
the
and
starting
goal
primitive
is
should be.
We're just producing content. Like, this is a game that can launch early 2024, provided
smooth.
It's written up and that we get additional imagery and stuff. Because, like,
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so and then just a couple other like housekeeping notes, Nelson, is number one, has like the overall state of Strange Scaffold changed? I see that we've got the kidnapping sim going, so are we potentially just putting this project on hiatus after October until we figure out what's going on with it, or are things moving forward after this? Has that changed at all?
Pyramids.
Strange Scaffold, shaky place, but Kidnapping Sim did get funding, so we will figure out what specific
or
opportunities
a
exist.
cube and then
else.
flatten it out. I could probably
after this
take one of these
milestone,
bones.
So there will be a period of
and-
quiet, and then we will figure out.
I forget how we did that. I think it was like
Yeah,
a
I think we're
cone
gonna.
that we extruded.
I'm still gonna at least figure out what the plan for what it looks like to release the game is.
I bet you that's what I should
and I'll
do.
keep y'all updated as that goes on.
Lots of games that were being developed by the studio. I Am Your Beast, Teenage Demon Slayer Society, CDRM3, 2 other projects with Megan Fox of Skatebird. All these Strange Scaffold projects and more were being put on hiatus because, because the industry was imploding. The studio is at this point suffering from acute game industry, quickly running out of real money, and everything left is being reallocated into the studio's moonshot, El Paso Elsewhere. Pretty soon, Bass Reeves Can't Die and Life Eater were the only other projects still in development.
I do want to try Life
Milestone
Eater
2
at
is
some
approved.
point.
The investor estimates
Especially
nothing
knowing
crazy.
that that's
Art
them.
slows down, mainly because we have way more material than we need right now. Programming work continues. Despite everything, the quit button works now. Ben is almost done with the intro art. Looks incredible. October rolls around. The end is in sight. Programming work continues, despite everything and more.
Around the time we were putting together the milestone
nails. Yeah.
for the attempt to get funding, I remember when I learned that this is the last one. This is the one that they will see to decide if they want to make this a full game. This is the one that, like, did we prove ourselves yet? And I really felt like we hadn't.
I think I was a bit more optimistic about it. I feel like we could see what the game was going to be to an extent. I was sort of confident that, like, this game isn't going to be very expensive to finish. And there are, at this point, I think a lot of the heavy lifting had been done. But I think it was just kind of like, it was kind of clear that the industry was really just crumbling around us at that point.
Are we wanting to do some, like, heavy juice injection for this milestone, by the way?
If at all possible. This build is going to be used to evaluate whether we get additional funding, so it's a big one.
All right. I did not know that.
Yeah, the point of the prototype fund is to incubate things for other sponsor opportunities. The better the final builds, the higher the chance we get another pocket of cash. We can pitch again later, but it'll be less effective, especially if they've seen or passed on it before.
Okay. I'll see if I can get some good shit in this week then.
At this point, we're just a few days out from the deadline. The build is almost ready. Team manages to squeeze in a few extra things here and there, updating assets where possible, polishing things up. This is the point of no return.
Kind of like this.
They submit it.
No, not like
And
human
then they're
fingers. I'm
kinda
thinking
just
like
stuck waiting.
this is a beast.
Zolliver said to expect this. They organize a meeting about what comes next, assuming they get the money. Kind of falls apart in the scheduling. Rhea asks what happened to the milestone. There's no word for a while. After a long while, they do hear back. It's approved.
I want to talk about time bubbles because they're one of the most important pieces of game development that I see least talked about in public. Because really, if you're trying to figure out how long something is going to
I
take,
could probably
there's
reuse
4
some of the
levels
teeth.
to which you can do that. The first one is how long will it take you to do the work? Say it's 40 hours, 1 week. Simple, fine. There's the second level of figuring out how long it will take to do something, which is where you do that plus time for revisions, time for iteration. Time to do a task is not just doing the task, it is figuring out where the task went wrong and how to fix it later. The third level of task tracking is task tracking, figuring out and accounting for times of revision and times for contingencies. Because say you get hit by a car.
I need another cup of coffee.
Say something takes longer. Say that someone blocks you because you expect an art asset would be in the game and it isn't in the game. You need to account for that somehow, for disasters both personal and professional. And those are the first 3 levels of time management. But the fourth level, time
That
bubbles,
just feels
is one of my
unprofessional.
favorite and one that I've been grappling with a lot lately, existentially, as the biggest game I've ever directed in my career is about to come out. A time bubble is my term for how long it takes for something to existentially coalesce and come together.
Why are you
It
not
is
using...
divorced from all
Oh,
contingencies,
shit.
all production realities. It is simply the time for the task is not the task itself. It's also the invisible space of living around making
Because I forgot.
the thing.
This is normal development stuff.
remember
Like,
that fucking DM.
wait,
I think-
what do you mean? Just like someone going, I don't want to, like, just having an HR fucking kerfuffle. That would be so real. That is real. But like, you live like this? I guess is what I'm trying to say. I didn't take sleep medicine last night. I didn't take any gummies. I just like vibed and went to bed. I did go to bed at like 2 and woke up at 10, but that's 8 hours, right? Now, was it straight through the night? Absolutely goddamn not. But I did sleep. Technically 8 hours. Probably didn't hit RIM. Probably why I'm feeling a little groggy. When I was working at the anime store, I had to give updates regularly about what I was going to do with social media posts for the day. That's the fuck are you talking about? Like, legitimately, what the fuck do you mean? And it's because dude wanted control over what I was doing. And it's like, then do it yourself, nerd. That was very much a thing at that company where they wanted me to be able to give them regular updates about what was going to happen. And it's like, they wanted me to do the Wendy's thing because Wendy's, like, being savage on Twitter was like a thing at the time. So they're like, do that. And I'm like, you gotta just like go, man. Like, this is not about like that's not how that works. Well, the thing is that like I needed to justify my position in order to get paid at some point. But I'll be honest with you, the product was real bad. The product was really shit. And it's really hard to like, Wendy's knows what the quality of its work is. Like, when you go to Wendy's, you're not like, yes, gourmet, please, go ahead and bring out the caviar. Like, it's not that kind of place. Most products are shit. No.
Hey everybody, it's me, Sung1.
I set up this deal. I contacted Sun1 and I was like, may I interest you in a free box plus subscription to our product? And he agreed. We paid him money, and this is the video we got. And we said, you don't have to, like it. Don't be overly negative or anything, but just, tell them what you like about it, sell people the idea of the box because you get a cut of or we weren't even doing that. We should have done that. We just gave them a flat rate, which means that there's no real interest in actually trying to sell it up any. But anyway, I'm going to go get some coffee together while you guys watch this fucking nightmare that constantly lives in the back of my head anytime I think about my old work.
And today I'm going to be opening up a anime bento. This video is sponsored by Anime Bento.
You fucking right it is.
You can use the Anime Bento code PZDAB10 for 10% off any Anime Bento. You can also use the Anime Bento Plus code PZDABP5 for 5% off of the AB Plus quarterly box. So all the details for that are in the description. Let's see what we got.
Here's a little...
Look at this box and tell me that this box was worth the money.
Probably. There's a Sol Galeo and a Kangaskhan. I don't know if this is... Oh, that's not the color I was expecting. It's cola. So this is candy, not gum. It's just a chewy cola candy. Here's a little guy. He's got a coat. This is from Bungo Stray Dogs. Is this Bungo? I'm calling him Bungo from now on. Anyway, a little Bungo chain. Here's a Rem figure from ReZero.
Hello, it is I, the Rem girl. The cotton candy head. My head is gigantic and I'm ready for bed.
Here's a Yuri on ice. Looks like a metal. It's actually pretty nice quality. I only watched a little bit of this. I forget. Is this the other Yuri? Like the Russian Yuri, I think. Yuri? I don't know. Anyway, I have a medal of him now. And here's a shirt. And this is the Four Friends. And it's a cat shape. Chomusuke? What's Chomusuke? Yeah, are these the Chomuskes? Oh, it's from that Konosubarashi Sekai, whatever that is, that anime. Okay, so it's the Four Friends. And they're going on those adventures. The Chomusuke adventures. Hooray for them. Alright, that was Anime Bento. If you want to get your own, all the details are in the description. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time.
I'm back. E. Discuss the shirts. Man, the shirts were the best part of it. They were like not copyright infringing stuff. But going as close to that as we could. My main issue with that box was like, what they really were trying to sell was the idea that you couldn't get these things anywhere else. That video is meh. I know it was very meh. How much was it? I want to say it was like 30 something bucks a month or something like that. Like, I'm not taking a bullet for the manager there. Like, the box wasn't good. Yeah. There was like a $50 option as well. The main thing they were trying to sell was that you can't get these snacks or things elsewhere aside from Japan. And it's, I guess, but like, it's not very good and it's not worth the price. Yeah, that's why I'm confident talking about this now, because like, what am I going to do? Disparage a company that doesn't exist anymore? Like, I never talked negatively about it while they were still around. Should have gave him a cool box. That was a good box. That was the good box we sent him. Like, the problem was that there was, and so like trying to, on social media, trying to act like sassy and like, yeah, we were able, like, I got some, like, first day I went there, this is the closest thing I ever got to getting paid. We got some of these rice crackers that were good. I couldn't eat them because they had soy in them, but my wife liked them, and we were able to get them down the street at, like, World Market. The normal box would be basically the same shit, but it would be like... It never really felt like you got what you deserved out of it. Like, it never really felt like it was worth a good prospect. Like, it wasn't worth the money was the problem. Because it's not like there was good quantity. It's like... You got to either have quantity or quality or something. I'm sorry, I'm going off base entirely. But, like, that was the job anyway that I needed to give updates about what I was going to post and when I was going to post it. And who the waifu Wednesday waifu was going to be. And I'm like, fucking, who do y'all want it to be? Can it be James? From Team Rocket? Was the Twitter account shut down? It stopped functioning pretty much as soon as I stopped working there. Yeah, they would have had Chainsaw Man shit. Like now. That was the other thing, is all of it was stuff for series that were kind of like, this had nothing to do with Crunchyroll. That's the other thing, is they had their own made mascots, but they didn't have like the rights to any IP. So they had to do like these kind of janky workarounds to like not get in trouble with someone. I bet you there is porn of the anime bento mascots, because they did make merch of their own mascots, but like they were kind of generic on purpose. Like all the dairies were represented aside from Yandere. It was just like not like, I don't want to say that like it was a, okay, I guess it was a bad job. It was a bad job because I didn't get paid. You know, that was a main thing. And I was so willing to do anything and everything, because I was like, man, if this job starts to pay, I can still keep streaming and, you know, have income coming in, don't have to worry about money anymore. My wife doesn't have to worry about money. Then girlfriend, not wife, but was like, can I wife her with this money? Can you pay me now? No. Okay. Are you going to pay me? Did the experience at least fit on a resume? It's on my resumes, yeah. And that's basically what it's good for. Well, see, that's the other thing, is it did have a name. I don't remember any of the characters' names, but the artist who did it, the art for the characters for the box, was, I shit you not, the Sakura Spirit person. You know all those Sakura Spirit games I used to play? Completely unrelated to that. And without my knowing, they had started this company, hired that artist to do the drawings of these maids. and then hired me unrelated to that. And it was really weird finding out about that while I was at, like, and she's a very talented artist. Like, say what you want about the Sakura Spirit games, better art than the Communist Manifesto. You know, I really feel like that if I were going to remake the Communist Manifesto, I would probably just hire someone like her to do the art instead. I believe she is a her. I'm not sure. You can get some amazing stuff on Skeb. I tried doing Skeb. But then I remembered I'm broke. Or don't have money for that shit. Skeb has weird rules, though. It does. That's not, like, my biggest issue. Okay, this part of the hand, good. Then it starts falling apart. Like, you can't contact... What even is Skeb? It's like a commissions thing. I have not played any of the Sakura games in a serious fashion before. It's a weird commissioning platform used by, like, VTubers. Limes is the one that ended up... Did I call you my ex-girlfriend's wife? I meant, like, at the time you were my girlfriend. But the point is that I was like, I was really willing to go through a lot of shit at that job because I'm like, I can do my dream of doing this streaming art thing, and my wife, then girlfriend, can be well taken care of as she deserves, because she deserves the goddamn world, you know? And yeah, I'm happy we're married too. I'm glad that that you're not my girlfriend anymore, and in fact my wife. I think you're cute. So that's pretty cool. I'm glad we got that going on. So I've got the let me turn on the music while I wait for the coffee to go. They named it the mascot Moe-chan, I believe. Yeah, that sounds right. If I influence you to do anything, I would hope that it's to live a better life, either by my example or by my example, if you know what I mean. Like, either I want to be doing things so right that you're like, that is the life I should live, or the other way around where you're like, all right, well, that doesn't seem to be working, now does it? And in total, you should be able to come up with a person that, how's the modeling going? Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to do a commission from a Japanese artist, Skeb is really good. You influenced me to take direct action against the government. I worry about you, Twinkmaster. Yeah, Skeb is a good platform. I worry about a lot of y'all. What is VGen? Oh. You radicalize half of chat. Yeah, no, that sounds like a thing I would do. Am I one to be worried about? Legend, I feel like you got it together. I'm more worried about Twink because he lives in, like, the Middle East and is very openly gay about it. You know what I mean? No, I pretty much did radicalize y'all on purpose, you know? Like, I can't be myself without talking about what is important to me. And what is important to me is people not dying or being in shitty positions. So it sort of was on purpose. There was the coffee. I'm gonna go get it real quick. I think the hand looks okay now. We got to figure out the weird finger. Yeah, I have the incredibly radical beliefs that people shouldn't die because we made a system built for them to fail. You know? Oh, okay, yeah, duct tape. Let me, Are you gonna retopologize this, or are you going to leave it as a sculpt? I don't know what the fuck that means. Where's, who was saying that they had made a... no, I was just trying to get your name, because I gotta, like, permit you. Yeah, I don't like... I mean, like... March of the Mice was, like, my biggest attempt to radicalize people. I feel like that's pretty, you know... Cleaning up useless vertices and such. Yeah, okay, so that's more or less what I did with, like, the teeth and the ribs. And so I think... Here's the thing that they're talking about. Gotcha. Going over the polygons again and making it neat. Again. I don't know how the animation shit's gonna go, I'll be real. Like, I honestly don't know how it's supposed to hook up, and it's scaring the ever-living shit out of me. March of the Mice did not make everyone horny. Town of Nowhere did. You don't need bones in your models? They don't have bones? Really? I think it's... Okay, I'll talk about March of the Mice in a minute. One sec. One sec. Coffee is still doing its thing. I get what you're going for, Tape, and I think that is how I did the bones for the teeth and the ribs, if you see them in the background. Let me rotate it a bit. But you see those guys? I think that's exactly how I did those. Was I started with, I don't think it was a pyramid, I think it might have been a cone, and went from there. But that I think is the way, yes. All right, I'm back. But the March of the Mice was a was my like political shit. You know, like it was a story about a liberal kingdom democracy kind of vibe, making more and more concessions in order to get what they wanted from a very obviously malicious, genocidal, fascist group that they were also beholden to. And then rather than, step away from that, they enjoyed the benefits of being involved in that process. So while they themselves were not being, fascist, they were benefiting from it and just kind of like had to shake their head and go, yeah, I mean, it's horrible that shit happened, but, here we are. And slowly taking over the land and rights of people that they had no rights in being able to do that to. Hey, Reverend Joe, thank you. 2 community gift subs. Thank you so much. This is a great video here. It's one of those situations where, like, it continues to be very prophetic. And it's because it's just sort of like... I didn't mean to do the second one. Well, thank you anyway. I love the kitten with the pigs. That's very good. Like... It's wild to me that, like, the March of the Mice is so incredibly still accurate. Apparently, Maine has, like, 5 cryptids. I was thinking, okay, so I am currently in the process of painting a bunch of local landmarks. The thing is, I realized I can't stream that because that's doxing myself. So that I am doing, like, not on stream and not where you guys can see. And I apologize for that, but there is literally nothing I can do to make that work in a way that would not cause problems. 4 of those cryptids are knockoff Bigfoot. Dude, most cryptids are Bigfoot or Loch Ness. Like, just straight up, most cryptids are one of those two. If you have something that's not a Bigfoot or a Nessie, you have a real fucking thing. Mothman is not a Bigfoot. Mothman's his own thing. That's why he's iconic. Chupacabra. Mothman. What are the weird pants that walk around? Nightcrawlers? That one's also unique. But so many cryptids at the end of the day are just Bigfoot or Nessie, which leads me to believe that people are just very, like, concerned about big fellas in the forest. There are 2 genders and they are Bigfoot or Nessie. See, if you can name one that's not one of those, there is not another one that looks like that. Like the Jersey Devil is just straight up a devil. Cool. And like Skinwalker's not a Bigfoot. Michigan Dogman? Sure. But isn't, like, you see how, like, many you're going to have to go, okay, well, that one doesn't count. It's very hard to think of ones that aren't one of those things. And those are the actually good ones. So, like, yeah, Maine has, like, 18 different like Bigfoot variations, sure. The Bat Squatch is a cryptid. Okay, so don't know anything about the Bat Squatch. That being said, interested to learn more. Sounds like a cool stand-up guy. So realized that I had upped the intensity of this shit because it wasn't working, and the reason it wasn't working was because didn't have it selected. And the reason you want to combine these as one big thing is that way they will be connected, so you can kind of just like vibe and work. You don't have to do that. In the same way that you don't have to wear shoes outside, but it's generally expected. Anyway, let's get back to the game.
Zalabir sent it to everyone.
Actually, Zalabir just told me that I think they had to pause on the assets. I just figured like stuff was going on, like, you know, I know pivots happen, and it would just wait for news if it ever comes.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just stopped getting work, and I kind of just assumed like, all right, like they don't need my stuff. They're taking care of everything else. There's a lot going on. In like November of whatever year it was, I got a DM.
I didn't realize Bass Reeves had slowed down that much until Nelson had talked to me about it. He's like,
Hey, so now Bass has been wrapped up for... We shelved it. The studio's still struggling for survival, and sticking everything on the shelf that isn't literally giving us money right now feels really fucking bad, but keeps us from leaking money to the point where we're literally on the brink again. I mean, I told him, you know, like, obviously, don't let Strange Scaffold die. I think that was the first time I realized, like, how close things were to going real bad.
Getting the message, I think, hurt a lot more than the actual thing that was happening. Weirdly enough,
that feels real.
Kind of a, like, how do I say I understand without saying it's okay? Nelson should be here right now. I want to hear things from him. I think he
is very...
We had been making the game for a solid year plus by the time we got the opportunity to receive prototype funding. The difference between those two periods was the product was started when the studio was not in danger of closing. By the middle of the year, no other games were being developed. If anyone was split between multiple projects at the studio, they were, at that point, only working on El Paso. And the question that I faced as a studio head and also as a person myself, as a creator, was this may be the last game I ever direct. So we got to finish it. Because I was working double overtime, working on El Paso all day, doing freelance, and pitching Bass Reeves, Teenage Demon Slayer Society, I Am Your Beast, and finding over and over again doors closed in our face. Gently, but closed nonetheless. And the extra cash from doing that prototype actually is maybe the primary reason El Paso Elsewhere was able to ship.
When we sent that milestone build, we had all of these things that would make the game worthwhile, but wouldn't be conveyed in that milestone, is how I felt.
You know, from my perspective, we had all of this cool stuff and all of these cool plans, but they played a build that dynamic kind of nature was really not there.
I knew what was going on in the industry, and I knew how difficult it was going to be to get that funding. Unfortunately, I'm with Rhea on this one. I didn't think that we were ready. I think that if we were able to cook it for another 2-3 months, we probably would have gotten to that point. You know, I wanted to keep morale up. That's part of what I do is, you know, team mom, rah, rah. But I knew what they were looking for, and I didn't think that this was going to fit the bill.
This is a project that had a vibe. It had a very good narrative, art. There was an idea behind
it. Kind of feels like it should have been a movie.
All in search of a game that didn't.
What are we listening to? This is a video called "How Does an Indie Game Get Made?" and it's about a game that didn't come out, along with a bunch of games that did eventually, and how the studio had to like sacrifice this one game that he really, really did not want to. It sounds like to make. El Paso Elsewhere and I Am Your Beast, which I still need to stream. I need to get that game and play it, but I feel like I Am Your Beast is what I wanted El Paso Elsewhere to be. You know? Just from the little bit I played, where it's got the narrative stuff that I feel like they're really good at, but the gameplay is better. Because the gameplay of El Paso Elsewhere is like the worst part of it, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm noticing that these aren't lined up, and I'm deciding if that's going to be a problem or if I just like vibe with it and don't give a shit. Having an endoscopy tomorrow. Any recommendations? You know those little... Okay, this is a bad idea. You should not do this idea. But I think it would be really funny. Is if you got one... Like, I've got this little kiwi guy that my wife gave me. Right? Get one of those. Cheek it. Right before you start the surgery. Because they go down your throat, right? And they're like, what's this obstruction? A fucking dinosaur? And then you'd be like, why are you a child? So don't do that. I just think it would be really funny. Sometimes I think of things and I'm like, this is a shit idea, but it'd be really funny if it happened. And then I talk to people about it and they're like, no, you absolutely fucking cannot do that. You're not allowed. You should not do that. I had an idea for an art school project that was not a good idea. It's essentially just a box that was labeled like free-loaded gun, and then just like leave it on campus, like unsecured, but there wasn't a gun in it. And my art teacher was like, that's a horrible idea. I'm like, you know, yeah, it is. I just kind of wanted to see what would happen if you would like go for it, or if it would just sit there in a box. The nothing would sit there in a box doing nothing. But there are like laws and shit about how you have to like have guns. You can't just like put a gun out where anyone can get to it. You have to like not... It's Schrodinger's gun. Yeah. On campus. And like... read a stat the other day that said that 1 in 4 Americans have been in the vicinity of a mass shooting event. Which is like... That sounds a little high. That being said, I've been near like 2. So like there's that. Okay, only well, one was a lockdown because there was an armed guy on campus. And the other one was I woke up late because I didn't have to go to class that day. And the guy had like... It's like not infrequent here in America. Like the memes are real. It's usually just someone has a gun and uses it. Yes, and there are good gun YouTubers that you can watch. I have yet to find them, but there are like gun YouTubers you can watch that talk about guns and simp about guns, but aren't like weird about it. Forgotten, okay, I'm gonna be real. Forgotten Weapons, I really like him. I think that he does a good job with his content. I kind of find him to be a bit of he's got some problems. If I'm gonna be real, like dude has some real problems with his content. Like he recently did a thing where he went to the Falklands and like LARPed as if he was a British soldier in that. Which is like not the right side of the war to be on, but okay. I think that violence should be treated as like a thing that matters. You know? Or it should be just so incredibly over the top and shitposty that, like, whatever. You know, Flork of Crows, he has a V2. Why the fuck does he have a V2? Why not? Why not?
One thing I was thinking about as we were talking is that you're probably going to have a bit of a historical conflict storytelling issue on your own side, where my chronology and connection to the game or whatever else, especially now that it's quite fuzzy, is going to probably in some ways differ from other people on the team, which is probably going to differ from some of the things you find in the channel.
Do either of you
and the idea for his merch was a real gun. He was making a gun. That's awesome.
How long
Not a good idea.
Thought it was going to take to get those milestones together originally?
Colin?
Not really.
Milestone 1 was not complete until around Milestone 2's deadline. Milestone 3 was not completed until mid-October.
What fucking happened, man? I don't remember it being like this, but it was. What fucking happened? Fuck.
Like, I mean, it's hard to characterize exactly what went wrong. I think it didn't really seem like we had a clear idea of where this game was going.
But I feel like we did.
Well, we kind of we had an idea of where the game was going as like
Man. I've not talked about these thoughts ever. I kind of blamed myself for it a lot. I felt like I had let them down. Because remember, I earlier told him like, hey, I don't think this is working, and that we pivoted the entire project, and then the project kind of failed. And so it led to me developing this weird parasocial relationship with this Discord server because I still had access to all of the UI games, and I was just watching things happen there as my way to still feel like I have some kind of link to Strange Scaffold.
That's too real.
Then that went away at one point, and I was like, oh, fuck.
If things had gone differently with like, I could definitely see a world where this game could have been a really cool thing.
I came onto it really late.
I mean,
think
can
if I
you
would have came
finish
onto
it
it
now?
towards the beginning, I mean, you know, not necessarily anything would have changed in terms of the marketplace, of course, but I don't know. Maybe I could have like banged down some doors.
Why is it that we fucked up the milestones? Like, the time that was given should have been enough. Where did we go? Where did we fuck it up?
I think you and I were younger and more naive and bit off a bit more than we could chew, which was great for our growth as game developers and people, and less so for a sustainable project. We were also, I mean, we both acknowledged that we were dealing with like some pretty serious shit in our personal lives. Yeah, maybe if we had met the milestones a little bit earlier, things wouldn't have been quite so dog shit, but like that just so happened to line up with like the worst state that the modern game industry has ever been in.
This is like, you know, the first studio that I really worked with, and this is like the first thing I worked on that like I was really proud of, so it was kind of heartbreaking when it went away.
I spent the majority of my 20s working at this one place, and so I didn't feel like a game developer. I felt like my entire identity was wrapped up in this studio I had been at for 5.5 years. This project was like my first real like thing not being that. I went to 2 different studios to try and like escape that, and both of them are gone now.
it felt like killing a dream that a core piece of myself held. I mean, my parents even shared in this of like, wait, so you can't make a Basri? It's just dead? And I was like, it's that, or we don't get to keep making games anymore. So as much as El Paso Elsewhere is in many ways a dream game, to kill a dream inspiration and a reason why you're here, a core piece of yourself, in order to make a quote-unquote dream game will sour the dream game in the process. El Paso Elsewhere isn't just something I'm immensely proud of and is one of the most significant creative efforts I've ever been a part of in a career that includes nearly 100 games now. It is also the game that killed Bass Reeves Can't Die. So we're just, at this point, moving on to other projects and, to be honest, trying to resist the temptation to look for the next opportunity to tell his story. Because I don't want it to become a white whale.
Does it feel weird for this to be how this project is being wrapped up in a way, as something that some guy is coming in and making a video on, like about a thing that didn't happen?
Sounds like this is very emotionally trauma.
In a way, because how many games get this? I mean, this is the second project that Colin and I worked on together, and our baby, the project that we really worked on full time, is never going to get this.
I've definitely poked Nelson over, I guess, the years at this point, just being like, I mean, you know, if I had the money to fund this game to completion, I would. You know, working with Strange Scaffold was like the first time after being miserable working in games for so long and being like there had to be something better, that like, here's proof that there was.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that, I feel like I was really spoiled in the industry when I started, because all of the work that I had done for Strange Scaffold up until that point, which was the 3 other projects they had shipped, and I had this impression that, you know, that's just what happens, and it's just easy, and this is how that all works. It's I didn't know until just this meeting that this project was not happening anymore. I figured it was coming out any day, you know, because I am proud of what we did. And so,
that's a rough way to learn about
probably
it.
About 10 minutes, I'm probably going to have to get dinner and finish off the rest of my day. But
actually, I do need to dip off because I have a Project Bandana meeting in like 10 minutes. I got to go prep for it.
No, y'all are totally good. We're wrapping up here anyway. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank
Bye,
you.
and it's good to see you in real life.
It was lovely to see you all. Colin, I miss your face a lot.
Nelson has got me roped in doing something for a new project for Strange Scaffold, so I'm trying my best at that. I'm really excited, hoping that works out, hoping that we don't do another one of these.
I was working on ads, but I applied for a job for a company called D-Cell Games, working on a game called Unbeatable, and then I had the best job interview of my life. We spent 3/4 of the job interview yelling about the movie Speed Racer, and then I got told, like, yeah, you got the job, and I was like, holy shit, and I immediately put in my 2 weeks.
If this is all that ever comes of it, then like that's great too. It's not going to be the last Strange Scaffold project. It's not going to be the last chance to make something like weird that hasn't been done before. I mean, I got to work on Life Eater this year. I got to, you know, once again work with an incredible group of people. While Bass Reeves is very dear to me, you know, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't properly see the light of day. I'm just glad we get to be here.
This video isn't getting made in the next 3 weeks, is it? I don't think I'd be getting married right now if I hadn't gone through the last year of my life.
Wow.
And one of the things that year of my life did was show me, one, how important games are, but two, how they also have nothing on the need to be a human. It's sad that we had to put Bass Reeves on, you know, a fairly definitive hiatus, but it's what means we're still here today, and the survival is the thing that matters. The simplest thing I can say is a project like Bass Reeves is something that I think every developer should go through. because it teaches you that nothing isn't expendable, actually. The main thing that matters at the end of the day is that you and the other developers in the room you manage to walk away and keep being creative and keep being human. And if only for that reason, I would go through the joys and the pains of Bass Reeves all over again.
I think I'm gonna do a cone instead of a pyramid, but the idea is there. What a video, man. Yeah, that was a good video, man. Thank you for that. That's not what's going on with No Fish. What's going on with No Fish is a thing that constantly happens in my life where I'm human. And I do human things that scuff the project I'm working on. Shift click for removing those vertices, but we did already watch Fred's video. Me and wife watched it the other day. I think she had a good time with it. I'm always tempted to watch like big old long essay videos like that with my wife, because I'm like, that's exciting. Like, that's the kind of shit that I love to watch. Like, I'm really fortunate to be Fred's friend because he's incredibly talented at what he does, and he makes the kind of content that I consume. Like, I love that shit. I think I'm gonna restart this. It's like slightly wrong. Yeah, let's do it one more time. Yeah, I wouldn't get a degree in game dev myself, because I wouldn't. Yeah, no, actually, that's the whole sentence. I know me. I know I would not be able to work with an industry. And I do not like the video game industry. I think the video game industry is shit, and it treats people like shit. I think that it'll just make things hellish to some degree to have to deal with them, but reality says that's who's paying your bills, so you gotta. Guess I didn't have to make it super fucking tiny like this. Did you hear about a certain country investing billions in the game industry to greenwash their... I don't know who we're referring to. I would assume either America or Israel. Like, it's not just like what they do to us as consumers, but what they do to like developers as well. How's the modeling going? Good, good. I'm making progress. Slow but steady. Alan Watts, Reality, Art, and Illusion, Part 1. Wish there was an easier way of selecting that. And by that I mean, I wish I knew what the easier way was, because I'm sure there is. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Turn on X-ray. That's probably it. I could also just go to the edge where it's actually like... Or I could have done this all before adding the other ones. I just feel like there's a lot of games out right now that are being made by very talented people that are shit. Do you hear that Nautic got sold? Yes, gotcha. Thank you, Jiggle. Yeah, I mean, we're getting the best quality slop that people can make. But I don't want to play slop. You know? But that's actually important for the gameplay. Because, like, they're, like, there's that Joker that's, like, your most played hand is the one that, has some extra benefit or something. I forgot what it does. I was playing some Baltro last night because now I'm on that shit again. I think I understand what you mean. Maybe that was just a bad example, but like I get it. Like not everything needs to be stat tracked. It's just very easy to do because you're already keeping that data like internally. So of course you're going to bring it up, you know? I think I need to do something to the nail to like integrate it more. I did enable Dinotope about halfway in. I kind of like the idea of making a shit idea a good one. So, like, when you say, like, I've got a shit idea for a game, like, that sounds incredible to me. I would much rather play something like that than something that I'm used to. Maybe I should, like, indent this some? Like, I was kind of wanting to go more for, like, talons, but, like... Also, the fucking Warhammer update, dude. I know no one here cares, And I really don't have time to play as much as I'd like. But because I gotta be an adult and shit. But I love, like, it's such a bizarre set of things they did. Like, there were rumors of this new detachment that they gave us, the more DACA one. And I was like, that's fucking cope. That's not real. Like, yeah, we're gonna get our shooty detachment nerfed, but they're not gonna give us another one that's just better. Why would they fucking do that? That makes no sense. And then GW was like, hey, what's up, fam? We're gonna nerf the thing that's the good shooting army. They've done it twice now. They keep doing it. They're like, Dread Mob, that's gonna be your shooting detachment. And everyone's like, got it, shooting detachment. It's kind of janky, but we'll make it work. I think I'm gonna combine these objects once they're the right size, more or less. And then we can kind of like scuff them up individually. Because yeah, they need like cuticle equivalent. But like, I know that generally speaking, they gotta be in the hand. And they gotta be like roughly this shape. It's a good start. I'm almost tempted to not integrate the nails until I've folded the skin around it. Because when you start doing that, then you're gonna start running into like... Check out my new patch. Eat DACA WOG. I just don't know why. So then they gave us Tactical Brigade, which is like a better shooting detachment, right? And everyone was like, well, I was playing Dread Mob, but instead of doing the like casino gun shit, I can actually have a consistent volume of fire. That sounds great. You know? Then GW was like, oh, hey, we're going to nerf that detachment. The detachment that gives you +1 to hit, we're going to give you +2 to hit instead as a different detachment. +1 to hit is too good. Have +2 to hit instead. I'm like... Okay. Like, I'm not against it, but just like, why the fuck did you do that? I don't know fucking Kobe Bryant. Cadbury cream eggs have started fucking popping up. I'm regularly confused on why LeBron James is alive, because I get him and Kobe Bryant confused. And so sometimes I feel like I've entered a different reality where that helicopter crash did not happen. Because I don't basketball. I'm just like, guy who's good at sport. Let's watch this other video. This next video is called The World as an Illusion Part 1 by Art of Zentrification. Like gentrification, but Zen. Whether or not we watch the second part is entirely based on whether or not this is stupid. Make sure the capture region is up. There we are. Okami sequel is happening. That's good news. For people who like Okami, I've never played it. I probably should.
About the foundation idea underlying the whole of this seminar, which is the Hindu, Buddhist, that is to say Indian, idea of the world as illusion, which they call Maya, M-A-Y-A. This is one of the most rich ideas that has ever been thought by the mind of man, because it has such a great multiplicity.
The video in the corner has been frozen. No, that's just what it looks like for some reason.
Is reported in little textbooks on comparative religion and encyclopedia articles.
Yeah, for some reason that's what it's supposed to look like.
On which almost all the scholars are either completely misleading or very incomplete. Because there
Is
is
someone playing pool in the background?
has circulated in the West that the Hindus live in a very, very hot country.
Oh, that's awesome. I totally forgot America clapped.
Miserable life.
That guy's cool.
And therefore this affects the brain in a certain way.
Fucking punk rock as shit.
The heat makes the world seem like a mirage, makes it seem rather unreal. And the extremely low standard of living makes life intolerable, and so they would just as soon believe that it isn't real, that it all has a dreamlike quality, and that the highest ideal to which man can aspire is to escape altogether from this sort of physical existence, which they call samsara, the round of birth and death, and to disappear into a state of rather diffuse consciousness wherein
Thank you.
the individuality vanishes.
It likes to turn itself up. I don't know what it does, but I've been told it'll make my life easier if I use it.
In an infinite ocean of faintly luminous mauve jello.
I feel like this sounds a bit like you just don't want to agree that reality is real.
At all.
He's writing on a chalkboard.
So I want to start then by telling you the many, many things that the word Maya actually means. First of all, the foundation
Thank you.
of the word is the Sanskrit root M-A-T-R.
I interviewed the Americlap dev as one of my earliest like highlights channel videos.
Measuring or laying out the foundations for a building. And you can see how from that root M-A-T-R we derive
The amount of damage Adam Savage did with that little line.
the English language connected with measurement, metric, meter, matrix, matter, as in the saying, does it matter? Does it measure up to anything? And so fundamental to the concept of the world illusion is then the idea of measurement.
There's one that's called Crease, and you said to use it. I still haven't quite gotten what all of these do.
Equating the realities of the physical world with certain systems of numbering, whether it be so many spans of the hand, so many feet, so many paces, so many...
I believe I interviewed him while playing.
You've got to be your regular model, your regular system for the whole idea of measurement is to find an equation between the physical world and something regular, that is to say with a ruler.
To anyone, okay, so anyone who did not know what Americlap is, it's a game where you clap, and that makes the American flag go up a pole. And if you ever stop making clapping sounds, the flag starts going down. So it's like an hour conversation with the dev of the game, and I'm just like... Also, does anyone else clap like me? Because I feel like I clap in a really weird way. Is this a weird neurotypical thing to think about? Yes. But this is the way I clap. Only this bit is doing anything. rather than, because that doesn't feel right. I feel like this little cup, you get better vocalization. Yeah, you can hear it. There's also this clap. Don't like that clap. This is the optimal clapping position. You clap like a Victorian aristocrat.
Because you see, the physical world is fundamentally
Crisscross with hands cupped.
We don't notice this very much if we live in towns and if we live in ordinary houses. Because we build our streets
This thing?
and our homes so as to seem to be non-wiggly. So we're confronted with tables and chairs and walls and window frames, and we get a sense of non-wiggly reality. And so then we are also always in conflict with wiggliness. We try, for example, not to let the stars seem to be disordered, but to organize them into constellations. The constellations, of course, aren't there. There are no strings joining those stars which constitute the Big Dipper. Seen from another point of view in space, they wouldn't look like a dipper at all.
Snapping is something I have a hard time with. How are things? Good, I got a boy in my lap.
A member of a constellation could very well be an entirely different galaxy, millions of light years away. So, but we like to do this, and even I once read something that I never believed any human being had ever thought. But during the 18th century, when Western man had a peculiar passion for symmetrical order, somebody wrote an essay saying that the stars had been very poorly disposed, and that if they had been arranged in geometrical patterns, it would have been far more consistent with the divine reason than this haphazardly scattered affair. So,
This video needs to pick it the fuck up.
All of us are wiggly objects. Trees are, rocks are, clouds are, waters are, the outlines of islands, and so on. It's all wiggly. And so in that sense...
So far what I've learned is nothing is real, but everything's wiggling.
Now, a foundation of artistic creation is to see things in blots. For example, if you examine the animal paintings in the caves of Lascaux, which are probably the earliest art forms in existence, it is apparent that the painters of those images first looked at the rock, at its contours and at the smudges and various changes of color in it, and saw the animals and creatures that they painted, just as you might see something in a Rorschach blot. And then they brought it out. Leonardo da Vinci
that's
using his imagination on a dirty old wall in which he could see landscapes.
like order is a kind of chaos because it's against the natural order, which is chaos. And I think that's what he's trying to say.
The Sung dynasty, who used to paint as follows. He'd get very drunk, and then he had got long hair, and he'd dip his hair in ink, and then he'd wave his head over a piece of paper. Then when he had sobered up a little, he'd look at this and do a Rorschach blot on it. And he would see a landscape which could be brought out for all to see by just a few extra touches of the brush. And you see, by that method, you create a gorgeous landscape. So this curious ability of the mind of man to pick out significant things in any kind of a wudge is what we call consciousness. Conscio. The basic root in Latin means con.
I mean, entropy is more orderly than not. That's what the world do. That's how it do, Yugi. That's like my new audio. What's the term?
Is the same root. To
Stem. New vocal stem.
Same word.
That's what I do, Yugi.
Cut things up into bits, to recognize, to pick out what is significant from what is not, because conscious attention as it exists in man is a kind of radar.
Do you seeing that during important phone calls? I don't have many of those, but if I did, yes.
Changes in the environment. If things don't change, consciousness goes to sleep. It gets bored.
Okay.
But the moment anything changes,
Dino is going to turn off again when I do this.
that is why our attention is won or captured by a moving object rather than still backgrounds, by easily enclosed and recognizable figures as distinct from vague and diffuse spaces. Although, as a matter of fact, our organism responds to everything that is happening in the environment.
You must build additional pylons.
Those things
That's a good one to have as well.
to be significant. So then, consciousness is constantly active in trying to make sense and pick out the significant separate bits of
Boy is done being pet.
and fundamentally bitless and thingless universe. And that is one of the meanings of Maya. So, for example, if we have some wiggles.
Okay, this video is just a guy doing this. Like, it's not... He's explaining a concept, but part of the issue with it not being good for stream is that the audio is so fucking quiet. The concept is interesting, but I don't know if I agree. I guess I do, with my like belief that order is disorder. Like, that's a weird thing to say, but like it's kind of true. It's the guy that does the existentialism talk for the everything game. Humans don't like chaos. They like to order it. They like to put things on shelves. They like to put things in categories. You know, there are 2 genders, for example. But then you look at mushrooms and it's like, yeah, nah, I'm gonna do like 5-digit number of genders and sexes, and you can just go fuck yourself. I don't give a goddamn. It's like, oh. There's not much that I can see to really do with that thought, but I guess I agree with it. I legitimately don't know how you could have that many sexes and it work out for y'all. Like, it just seems like it would be inconvenient. I'm talking about mushrooms. It just works. Bro, like, mushrooms aren't even about that gender is a spectrum stuff. Like, they're about, like, what if I just made it up as I go? Like, what does that mean? How does that fucking work? Aside from the, like, sperm go in, egg make baby. Sorry for anyone who wasn't aware of how things worked. Yeah, how is Babby formed? Yeah, okay, gender is just like, yeah, gender is a social contract. And what's weird is, like, it's also like, when I say, you know, being a man is what I'm about, right? Like, I'm sure my version of what a man is very different than any country that y'all grew up in, because I grew up in Texas, so we have, like, a Texas way of being a man. You know? And beyond that, it's the way that my parents showed was manly, you know? And acceptable behavior. So, like, even the gender of just man, of manliness, is culturally based on where you're from. Like, if you don't have a beard in the Middle East, you look like a woman. But, like, it is fairly acceptable to not have a beard here as a man. A beard does make you appear manly, but you don't need one in order to be a man. Thank you. Like, I know, like, especially in America, like, the difference between, like, Texas versus Florida manliness standards would be different. It's just interesting, isn't it? So yeah, gender's fake. / real / not. I would say Texas would say that it's unacceptable for women to have beards, but I'm also not that guy, so I don't give a shit. Yeah, no, it definitely has. A lot of what it is to be masculine just ends up being like weird toxic masculinity. Where it's like you gotta be the man. You gotta be a man, man. Yeah, the manosphere stuff. So, like, gender and sex are real, but they're not what you think they are. So, like, gender is fake, but I like the term man because it most applies to me. If something else did, I'd use it, but it's also functionally very useful. You get to do things as a man, which is cool and also shitty. My gender is that horse on a beach image saying man. Like, I'm pretty happy with the idea of being a dude. Like, that's alright with me. See, that's what I was talking about last week, Toph, and no one was with me on that one. Like, I was like, there are times where you shit so hard that you have to take a shower. That's real. But I had a shit the other day that wasn't that intense, but I did have to wash my hands twice. Not because, like, my hands were dirty. Like, the first time was because they were. But, like, you gotta wash them again because, like, what you just did was so egregious that just, like, surely one washing of your hands cannot be sufficient. Oh my god, take your clothes off shits. Those are ones that, like, you're like, yeah, I'm not coming in today. I feel like you should be able to call into any business and be like, hey, I can't come in today. I'm having shirts off shits. And then they go, what time are you supposed to work? I'll get someone to cover for you. And you go, I don't actually work for you. And they go, what? And then you hang up. Have you heard of jungle gyms? Not spelled like that, no. So, like, I was told I could animate this guy, but I keep getting more and more worried that I might have been partially lied to at some point. I'm gonna be able to make this dude move, right? You'll need to re-politage it. See, that's the bit that I don't understand. Insofar as, what the fuck is that word? Jungle gyms. International market. Okay. I think I've decided that I'm gonna just live in ignorance until that time comes. And then I go, oh shit. This is called the fuck it we ball method of doing art. I want to say that the shoulder thing connection is wrong. This is actually Prince Ral's Ral is saved, Twilight Princess. Retopologizing. Topologize is the structure of your model itself. Like, you go and edit it right. It's not a zoo. It looks like it's a grocery store. Yeah. I don't know why it's a grocery store, but it is. That's how you made Karla Marx? Okay, sure. I'm saying that because that didn't make sense, but if I say that, then it sounds like I understand you. Yeah, we might want to like retopological something else at some point. This connection is just not working for me. Like, you can see where the two different... Maybe it's because I can see the... That's not it. This is the elbow. This is the forearm. This bit. So we got bicep. I guess this is forearm. Wrist. Wrist kind of depends on what part of the hand you're talking about. If you're talking the weird eye finger and the thumb, that's like here. Otherwise, it's here. I guess the wrist is exclusively here. And this part doesn't really have a wrist. Why do I keep... Eye is a type of weird little fucker with one creepy long finger. They're adorable as they are creepy. Let's see if I can... Theirs is like their middle finger. But they have like one weird finger that's longer than the others that's meant for like investigating cracks and shit. You see it? That's what he's got right here. This is the eye finger. Don't say it like that. Say what like what? Investigating cracks. This is the best I could find about how to do it later. Got it. Now we gotta do his other hand, and I think I want to put some webbing here. Let's do the webbing real quick, and then we can do the other hand. Wait. Pyramid isn't any of these shapes. Well, his other hand is pretty much just the weird thumb and the eye finger. Oh, okay. You make your own pyramid. You don't like... There's not like a pre-made pyramid. You just get a cube and then... just copy and paste? I think I can do that with this hand, but not this one. Because reasons. Rev save. Good point. Good point. It's been a minute. Sculpt mode. Dinopo. Yeah, the music's cute. It's not really the right music for this, but whatever. Welcome, Nova and friends. How are y'all doing? Thank you for the raid, my dude. How was your stream? You can always control R when you... I mean, I think what I'm going to do is I'll probably just copy the individual pieces and then try and do whatever this thing is that I'm supposed to do. This is supposed to be like finger webbing, so the clipping's fine. It's random Nintendo shit. Or just video game music, but it does seem like whoever made this list has a penchant for Nintendo shit. Abby has come to sing us the Song of Her Peoples, which she's been doing a lot lately. She needs to not, so that way we can sleep, but that's okay. I watched you reading Homestuck a week ago. Thank you so much. It was so fun. I wanted to ask, did you read the epilogues? I did not. I did not read the I didn't read the epilogues at all. Chat seemed to be fairly contentious about it. On whether or not to treat it as canon or not. And then the same sort of thing happened with the Homestuck 2. Theoretically still owe us 182 pages? What? Pretty sure I did all of the pages that existed. And people seem to be having like a weird time with Homestuck 2. And it just kind of feels like it should be its own thing. Just from what I know about it. Thoughts on Mary Lude? I don't know who that is. No thoughts. Yeah, y'all raised more than exists, but like, I was kind of discouraged by chat about like reading the epilogues and such. I think I've done Pester Quest for the most part. Right? Right click and smooth shading. I mean, I could do that, but I don't want to do that right now. Jiggle. I guess the question then would be like, I should just go do that myself instead then. Oh, that's grippy. I don't want you to be grabbing. I want you to be fattening it up. Hi, Abby. Are you sad, little cow? Because you're making little mooing noises. Mary Lou, hi. Hi. I'm excited to see you as well, Abby. Also kind of feels like Homestuck was a complete story by itself. There are more questions about the universe for sure, but I kind of like leaving books and series that way rather than explaining all and dealing with it all. Because, like, to some degree, it's better to not know. Like, when there's some level of still mystery, that's neat. Kate. Okay, I don't know who Kate is. Who is the person that I streamed with? Oh yeah, they unkilled Watto. I heard about that. Just like, that's coward shit. That's Marvel shit. Come on now. Marvel publishes Star Wars comics? Didn't know that. Remember when they said they were going to kill Captain America and he was not coming back? You remember how that was a fucking lie? Like, we have thoughts and feelings about Watto as a character because he was important to us because we saw him in the movies. But in a grand scheme of things in the Star Wars universe, the dude doesn't fucking matter. Like, at all. Did any part of episode 1 matter? Like, yeah, but... also, no. Well, I think that this hand I've just done is a lot closer to the model than this one. This one just looks like ginger root, so I'm going to delete it. Pod racing was cool. I like pod racing. This is his weird, useless T-Rex arm. That still needs webbing in between these two fingers. Is this missing the, no, this has got the forearm. Local, please. Oh, that's not what I meant at all. Save file. I've saved a couple times recently, but I'll save again, just for insurance. Like, you're kind of okay with not watching Star Wars, in my opinion. Yeah, watch it when you're a child and haven't heard any negative reviews of it, and it's pretty okay. Should probably get some food together here in a minute. I don't think we need the webbing on that one. Indiana, I like the original Indiana Jones. So his weird tiny hand is like a crab's hand, where like they have one that's like their actual useful like hand, and they have a smaller like worthless version of the same shit. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for with him. I don't like the new Indiana Jones movies. That hand is for putting food in their mouth? Yeah, exactly. What do you mean? Like, I think it's the opposite. The big one's for fighting. Yeah. This one, I feel like evolutionarily probably had a point at some point, but not anymore. Like, it doesn't do anything, really. You can barely see it in this shot. It's a vestigial arm that still might have some purpose, but just... it takes him another step to the whole, like, looks alien, therefore his threat angle. I have news about how useless T-Rex arms were. Do tell. I have a feeling that they had a purpose. They're just like... not a... and that's the other thing, is like, we can find a purpose for this weird hand. When you're in your... I don't think I ever played that one, no. It's like humans having a tailbone. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like a majority of their muscle structure, though, was built into the biting power, right? So they kind of just like min-maxed that and got rid of the hands, because like, fuck them. Should probably just go to crease mode. Where's crease? There it is. Or it being one of the blue ones. I don't know why some are blue, some are red, and some are yellow. Like, I haven't quite figured out what the system of those are. But I like all the red ones, and I like some of the blue ones, and I hate the yellow ones. Hi, boy. The boy is saying words now. He's like, where is my sister? I need to kick her ass. There was a button to... What the fuck? I'm hoping that I'm just focused on the hand now. It seems like I'm focused some space away, but that's... Alright. Numpad period to focus on what you're clicking on. Okay. There we go. Thank you. I pressed 0 and I don't know what it was making me look at there. Well, I shouldn't be able to edit anything in the background when I'm in this mode, because it seems like it's just whatever was selected before you did sculpt mode. So I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue for me. I can hide them if I need to, but yeah, okay. Confirmed, it is locked. Mostly just got to make it not look like I use primitives to make it. Which involves just kind of like fucking with bits until they look right. I think if I do like this... Okay, that's wrong. There's no Carrot Top of VTubers yet? Is this... Oh my god, we played so much of this one. Or no, we played the Wii one, but it reused this theme. When me and my wife first started dating, like, I went over to her place. And we played this game, the Mario Party for the Wii, a whole bunch. It had this, like, are you compatible thing? And we both got real fucking salty about it. Because it's like, you have to be the same person in order to be compatible. And we were like, no. We had a whole discussion about that fairly early on in our relationship. And, we were like, okay, instead, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna answer what the other person's gonna say. And then we started doing really good at it because we knew each other. You remember when we were playing Mario Party and we were like, getting mad because the thing wasn't telling us that we were destined for each other because we weren't the exact same goddamn person. The Wii Party games. Was that from Wii Party games or is that from Mario Party? I thought that was Mario Party. Maha! Yes! It was Wii Party. Okay. Why did I think it was... I think we were playing Mario Party at the same time. But I distinctly remember that shit. I'm glad we had that conversation about us, like, not being the same person, and that's okay. Like, we can enjoy shit that the other one doesn't. That early in our relationship. It's good for us. So, why are we talking about Carrot Top, and what do you want from a Carrot Top VTuber? I was aware of Warhammer as a kid. Like, I had friends who were into it around Dawn of War time, but we didn't have the money to play it. Like, I didn't. My friends did. So they would set up and play, like, maybe, like, I don't know, whatever edition Necrons came out. And, like, I would just be like, let's play Mage Knight instead. I think there's plenty of VTubers who have just like weird props that they bust out. I think that's a very VTuber thing to do. VTuber rigs can be like several $100s easy. I think we've moved past the time and need for Carrot Top. No offense to the man, the myth, the legend. But we don't need him. I'm surprised we're having a conversation about Carrot Top in general in the year of our Lord 2025. But here we are. Is he still a thing? Like, how can he be? Carrot Top would be a nuisance streamer if he was remade today. Like, if Carrot Top came out today, he would be a nuisance streamer. I don't know why I've got that vibe, but that's just the vibe I'm giving or feeling from him. Also, Bunny Furry Twink. What? Oh, that's who he would be. Yeah, that checks. Though he's ripped now. Bam Margera would be a nuisance streamer. Oh my god, that's exactly right. That guy was a nuisance streamer before the term had existed. Do you think there's a decent percentage of... I want to believe that some people go outside sometimes. I'm not one of those people, honestly. I'm an indoor-only husband, and when I'm taken outside, I start hissing at things, and it's just bad. Yeah, indoor-only husband so I don't run off into traffic or get myself hurt or something. I'm also just going to be killing random animals while I'm out there. You know? I'm really just not good for the local environment to be allowed to be out in public, much like a cat. I just go outside and kill all of the wild birds. But then I wander over to other people's houses and I'm like, can I have some food? And they're like, what the fuck? And I'm like, can I have some food? And they're like, okay, if you leave us alone. And I'm like, all right, bet. And then I leave. This talk is very Theron core. I don't know what that means, so I'm gonna take offense to it. Fuck you. Let me look up what Theron is. Theoran. An individual who identifies as non-human animal to some degree. No, I'm human. I was just making a joke about cats and how I don't go outside. Why do they call it an outhouse when it's indoors? Well, you're indoors inside of it, but it's outside. Much like your house is outside until you're in it. It'd be weird to put a house inside another house. It's kind of how houses work. They're meant to be like an inside cave that isn't built into a wall or into a mountain. Also, after looking it up, I was right. An outhouse is like a toilet that's outside the house. The name makes sense. Dollhouses. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Go live in a fucking dollhouse. Rent $7,000 a month. Enjoy. Well, no one calls it an in-house toilet anymore because that's normal. Do you think this guy would be a big spoon? Yeah, he's a great big spoon because he just puts you in his weird rib cage. So he's not just the big spoon, he's also the bed. And also, like, threatening to slowly, like, ingest you. Did you know that Stuart Little isn't a mouse? He was just a little freak man who was born like that. Anyone else think it was really fucked up that they forced that, like, mouse to play soccer with, like, actual human children? Like, that's just straight up either animal abuse or, like, that was fucked. I did not eat lunch yet. No, I should. I should before it gets too much later. Did they use a real mouse? I mean, like, the premise was that he was a real mouse. But he was very clearly not a real mouse. I should probably eat sooner rather than later. Let's see. We've got rice. Trying to think of all the things that we've got that can, like, make. He was born to human parents. So, like, biologically, he was human? Dude, that's fucked, man. Not gonna lie, if, like, I get it. I get why they put him up for adoption. Like, no, that makes sense now. Dude, I just got done. I think that's part of the reason I stayed up too late last night. Is that I was, like, very close to finishing this book called The Crash, which is about a woman who, spoilers, gets in a car crash, and that is somehow not, like, in a blizzard, away from any sort of civilization, and it's, like, one of the better things that happens to her in that book. Like, at first, I'm like, you're being a bit much, and then as it went on, I'm like, oh, no, you weren't freaking out enough. I liked it. I didn't really care for the ending, because I have been reading Stephen King books, and the ending is not the way I would have written it, but, I mean, that's how writing works. You know? So that's fine, I guess, but just, it's kind of fucking weird ass ending, in my opinion. It's very, it reminded me of Misery the whole time as well. Og the Misery. Still absolutely wild to me that Limes likes that band. Lime saying that she liked or still likes Imagine Dragons feels very much like me. Like, is that how you guys feel when I say I don't like Fallout or some shit? Like, you can have that opinion, but the fuck, man? I'm sorry for putting y'all through that. She has some normie taste. I just don't get it. They feel like a one-hit wonder band that's somehow still around. You know what the most fucking annoying part of this is? At least they're not Mormon anymore. What? All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and figure out some food. Let's go and save. Because I could just keep working at this for like ever. Is Linkin Park still Scientologist? Yeah, after Chester died. The lead singer they got to replace him is hardcore Scientologist for some reason. I just really feel like it was Chester's band, but that's just me. 3 minutes of BRB. As far as I know, they've kept her. I'm gonna go get some food, and then we'll play some sorcery. I want to finish this hand and then try and get it all together as one thing. And go from there. I'll be right back. All right, got my food, got my water, went to the bathroom. I'm back. Let's see. I've been added. Hate to tell you this, but at the current point of sorcery, there is a specific route you must take to be able to get through without another rewind. It's close and short. I can guide you there if you want to be out of car. I kind of do. We got some stir-fry vegetables and rice for lunch today. I think I just need to use this and then puff it up. Anyway, I was talking about that book, The Crash. I should probably look up who wrote it, because that's relevant. I'll help you find it. It's on the New York Times bestseller list. It's like the only one on there right now that's actually worth reading. Because I'm not going to listen to or read Melania, autobiography of Melania Trump. I'm not going to listen to... There's one about, like, anxiety in teenagers or something and how it's fake or some shit. It's just like, these books sound like they're ass. Apparently this author has just been popping off, the woman who did The Crash, and I just was not aware of her existence. Helps if you spell it right. The Crash. Frida McFadden. The Crash. Real good. I should probably check out her other shit. I didn't really care for the ending. I thought it was kind of weird. I would have gone a different direction with it, but I think that's the kind of ending that people want. So if you need a random book recommendation, The Crash is really good. Tilda was pointing out recently that she thinks that Terry Pratchett is better as an audiobook than it is as a book. And having never read, like, with my eyes, Terry Pratchett, I find myself probably agreeing that, like, apparently he doesn't say who's talking, and you just have to figure it out. Which seems kind of annoying. It kind of reminds me of, was it Blood Meridian? Probably better as a audiobook. Because the characters just, you can tell who's talking because they have a different voice actor for it. Grammar puns. Terry Pratchett is also not good for constant interruptions. Blood Meridian is a really difficult read on like multiple different levels. Like, the main protagonist sucks ass. The writing is really hard to get your head around because it does not give a shit whether or not you like want to know who the characters are and who's talking. Like, that's just not relevant. We're not doing that shit here. Can we just take this whole... It was definitely a choice, yeah. Oh yeah. All these audiobooks that I talk about, like, I get them on my phone through my local library. And it was like free. You know, I mean, we had to pay, but like, that's because our local library is out of our actual town. It's weird. Dude, library cards are great. Our library is fucking awesome. You should totally go, Sleepy Corpse. You can hang out there and they have free shit that they'll just give you. Like ours, you can rent shit too. Like fishing poles. So once like winter ends, spring starts, I might rent a fishing rod to see if I enjoy it. And also, when you use a library, in addition to it saving you money because you're not spending money on books that you're like, oh, this actually sucks ass, and then you return it or throw it away, whichever. It also fucks over major corporations that would rather libraries not exist. Like, legitimately, we have a way of, like, eating our cake and having it too. Or whatever the fuck the saying is. Like, you can have art without benefiting some mega corporation somewhere. Like, libraries are great, man. And I don't like read with my eyes. Like, I use like audiobooks exclusively. I just don't like reading with my eyes. It's the whole dyslexia thing. It's just not an enjoyable experience. You're not selfish for that. I mean, like, if the book's good, go buy it. But like, you know, that's only if you're going to reread it. And I don't reread books generally. Because I know what's going to happen. So it kind of ruins my enjoyment of it. Dyslexia isn't that bad, aside from that thing I was talking about last time where I thought my friends were cannibals for like a solid 5 minutes. That was horrifying. That was legitimately not fun. because I misread cannabis as cannibalism and thought that the stat that I was reading that said 3 in 4 teenagers have tried cannibalism was what I was reading. And I had 3 friends and I had not done cannibalism, as most people haven't. And so I was just like, that's the only time that it's been really scary to me. No. That sentence made sense to me. That's a pretty good arm. Kind of hate that it looks better on this side than this side, because this is the side that you're actually going to be looking at. Yeah, it's gross and weird looking. The other arm is his jerk-off arm. What is this from? Loop. What the fuck? Sounds Kirby-like. I'd believe that. Someone on Tumblr that I blocked was trying to argue with me that, saying that if you don't want to actually make it, then I don't want it. Because that was the thing I said. Thank you, my love. So I have this thing that, like, if you're not going to actually put in the time to make a game, or a book, or a story, like, if you're just, like, or art, right? And you're just going to use AI for it, this is an AI conversation, then I don't have the time to give a shit about it, right? So someone's like, well, that's kind of like saying that people who use no-code engines to make games are games that they shouldn't play. I'm like, I had to look up what a no-code engine is, And like Godot and Unity are considered no-code engines. And I'm like, this bitch has a lot of code in it for a game that's no code. Like, I guess you could make a game without coding in Godot. But why? Same, Duct Tape Blizzard. And I have the unfortunate solution for you. And it's what I'm doing right now. I have no idea what that is now. No. I just am making it myself. I don't want to be an ideas guy. So that means I have to unfortunately make all the things that my brain thinks up myself. Which sucks ass. Because I'm the person who wants these things. And they're not going to exist without my input. We need to do a little bit to like integrate these things. But I just thought it was a wild fucking take to have. Then I blocked them because I'm like, this person's just gonna like, I told them like, look, do you want to be normal about shit and not ask me about AI all the time? I'll keep you unblocked. And then immediately they started asking me like maybe a week or two later about AI shit. And I'm like, we're done. We're Dungeon Rings, my dude. AI can't be copyrighted because only things made by human beings can be copyrighted. Thanks, Naruto. Legitimately, thank you, Naruto. Had an argument with a dude on Reddit. Like, low-key argument, not like a real argument, because I didn't give a shit. But, it was someone saying that AI stuff can be copyrighted, and I'm like, no. I'm fairly certain he used like an AI summary of the article rather than reading it. This arm doesn't feel like it's big enough. Why are you making this? Dating sim? Let's just scale it up way too big and then shrink it down. Oh god. Oh god, it's flat now. Is there a way to like all directions at once? Because I just want it to be like bigger all the way. Just use S. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. We gotta like integrate the shoulder muscles in a little bit better. I bet you this is Cave Story. Who's more evil, the music industry or the pharmaceutical industry? Pharmaceutical, because people die. Which is more evil, the pharma industry or the insurance industry? Insurance industry, because they prevent people from getting care, which is different than people trying to make money off of people being healthier. I'm gonna put my plate up. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Well, I feel like the only reason that we need insurance is because we failed as a society to take care of people in the first place. So like his arm's shoulder is like, it still feels a little wrong, right? Like, I think it's just too big. I might have to like... That's what she said, first off. And then second off, I might have to like... Now, anyone who's freaked out, there is a second copy of him saved down there that's fine. I did a pretty good job of keeping it intact. I think we're fine. Oh, we never got around to doing the other teeth. I mean, luckily, it might be actually as easy as that. Wouldn't that be great? Whoop. Yeah. All right. Should I work to better connect up this? Like, this is a sphere right now. It's not really a muscle. Should I better work to fix that in, or should I do what the thing is? His body doesn't have a lot of definition, that is true. I'll be honest, this chunk of him is probably not going to be seen. I did see that, yes, you go. I did a live reaction to it when I found out as well. Oh, Papa Roach as well? Wow. They are going for the AMV angle, man. I always kind of liked Papa Roach. Like, if they didn't rap, their songs I could cover. Because, like, some of their songs are fucking deep as shit. There's not a lot of definition I can give to his snake body. He's got this fin on his back, which is going to have some texture to it, but not a lot. I'm going to be streaming until 5 or 6. My friend called Papa Roach the Motley Crue of nu metal. Horrifying statement, but okay. All right. What's the button I need to retopulate or whatever the fuck? Kevin Conroy? Who's Kevin Conroy? Insurance companies or the gun lobby? Batman? Oh. This... What? God, both are really bad. That's a hard one, Count Cannoli. Oh, that one. Wow. Well, Motley Crue is like stripper core music. Oh yeah, White Snake is also one of those. Stripper core. I only know White Snake from the Metallica cover. There's a certain strut that it needs to have. Here I Go Again. Yeah, that song's not very good. Personal opinion. I would say that, like, Pour Some Sugar on Me is still, like, male stripper core. I could see someone, like a dude, dancing to that. I haven't been to a male strip club before, so I don't know. That I don't like White Snake is a worse take than New Vegas. No idea what that is. Never done retopology before. Like, that's a scary number of vertices. Yeah, I get that that's how you do the thing. I just don't know how to do that. Why is this one ear not weird, too? If your computer's not chugging when you make it, no, I mean, that's not the... Yeah, I'm not gonna be like, ah, yeah, White Snake's on. Am I Evil is the only one that I know. Animation. Rendering, compositing, geometry nodes. Layout, modeling. It's probably under modeling. Here, hold on. Shut up.
Hello guys, and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to be covering bones in Blender for absolute beginners. Now keep in mind, there are some things I'm not covering here. So I'm not going to be covering like constraints and...
Am I Evil isn't White Snake, it's a band called Diamond Head. Oh, I don't like White Snake, guys.
Relationships between bones and all that sort of stuff. This is just the absolute...
I should probably look up what retopolate means. Retopology in Blender. Okay.
Hi, Zach here, and here's a retopology video which I wish I had when I learned retopology in Blender, using only free tools which are shipped with Blender by default. First, open up the object you want to retopology.
Why are your shorts guns and dental work? Don't know why dental work, but I watch GunTuber shit.
And let's disable a few viewport overlays and the gizmo here to have a cleaner 3D view. I'm using Blender 3.2 Alpha here, but this workflow should also work in basically any upcoming Blender version or
I don't think I'm going to turn
Blender
off all the shit you just turned
then
off.
Press F4, go to Preferences, Add-ons, search for BS, enable the B Surfaces add-on, search for...
Okay. Edit. Preferences, add-ons, BS. And what was the one that you said? Someone in chat was recommending another one. Like, do you have the such and such? Retop flow. Do you think that one's better than this one? You need to get it externally. Oh, okay, I see. All right, do I have to like restart? I bet you I have to restart the program. If I don't, then whatever. It's 100% better. There's a paid version, but there's a way to get it free. I see. Okay. Okay. I think I'm gonna just find out what retopology, whatever the fuck that is. What do I think of Toto? I only know Africa. And that song's like good, but not like... Can I turn on poly count for funsies? Okay, so before I do that... Save as fella... Two. I don't know them really. Okay. Now, what did you want me to do? All right. Top right viewport. Options. Stats, maybe? 17 objects, 107,000 vertices, 305,000 edges, 198 faces, 214 triangles. Yeah, it's got a few more faces than Mario 64. I'm horrified to find out what that's gonna mean. Okay, yeah. Not too bad, but terrible topology right now. Okay. I kind of figured, because I don't know what the fuck that means.
F2, enable the F2 add-on, and search for
Mesh F2? Okay. Preferences. Mesh F2. Sure, I'm gonna figure out all the ones that he wants first.
LOO and enable the loop
I don't like the shoulder. I just want to see what this is going to be before I do any more work.
And here we find the B surfaces add-on. Then press the initialize button to...
Okay. Wait, where was that? What?
OO and enable the loop tools.
Oh, mesh loop tools. Mesh loop. And this is saved as a different file, so if I fuck something up, we can always go back to that earlier version. I'm keeping the arms like... And then the Mario plugin.
Add-on. Select your sculpting, press N, go to add.
Okay, select it and press N. Everyone here loves to just do like... Tool? What? Like no like clicking shit. They just edit. Edit.
Edit, and here we find the B surfaces add-on. Then
Sure.
press the initialize button to create a basic V-topology setup. This will now create an empty mesh object with the shrink wrap modifier on it. We will
Okay. Press. I can get rid of this now. Actually, hold on. Let me back up and then maybe I should. Where the fuck is that? That sphere doesn't need to exist. Let me just do a little bit of cleanup first. All right. All right, now everything's selected. Now I'm gonna, and now it's one thing. And now we can click it and hit initialize, and now we have a different thing. Okay.
automatically switch to the annotate tool, and the placement is set to surface, and the face snapping is also enabled automatically. The snapping and the shrink wrap modifier helps us to keep the new geometry on the surface of this sculpting. Then let's zoom in here a bit and start drawing your strokes. Like this, and then click on Add Surface. This will now generate the first geometry. Then let's open up the operator panel down here, and here you can change the subdivisions for the horizontal axis and also for the vertical axis. And you can also make it cyclic by checking cyclic cross. Then to make the workflow a bit easier for us, enable in front. This will always show this geometry in front of other objects. And here we can also change the color if you like, and you could even change the opacity by changing the alpha down here, but I like the default value. Since I'm working on a symmetrical mesh here, I want to have everything I do on one side mirror to the other side. For that, let's click on Add Mirror and Other Modifiers, which will add the mirror modifier, but also a subsurf and a solidify modifier, which we can remove here. We only keep the mirror modifier. Also, if we switch back to edit mode and I extrude something to the center here, you can see that this sticks to the mirroring axis here, and that's because clipping is enabled. However, it can be a bit annoying to always see the mirrored part on the other side, especially when you have a lot of geometry.
Okay, what?
And also for the vertical this, and then click on Add Surface.
Add surface. But I want to have less cross, more follow. Why are you all the way the fuck over there? The midpoint is wrong? Okay. Got it. So we move the midpoint to like there or something? Or I'm just not over it. So I need to like move more central. Like so. What happened to my teeth? Okay. Wait, why am I losing teeth? Okay, we'll just do arms. No? It has something to do with the mirroring. Oh, because it's probably on local, not global. Or it was on global, not local. Oh no, it's just doing whatever the fuck it feels like. All right. Huh? I think it's the setting that I've got for this. I need it to not do whatever the fuck it's doing right now. Because it's trying to like keep it on top of it. And I don't know why or how to turn that off. I've immediately fucked up, chat. What's the issue? If I move this at all because they're clipping, I can't get it to go where I need it to go. Like, I want to just move these a little bit inwards. But instead, it's like, whatever the fuck that is going on. Disable align with rotate. See, yeah, I did that, and where was that? Magnet at the top of the screen. Got it. Thank you. There it is. Thank you. Like, I know I fucked this up, and I know it's because of the thing I just did, but I don't know how to fix it. Thank you. Okay. I've got it set to mirror. I need it to not do that. And then like the fucking, what happened to the fucking rib cage? Is it fucked or am I fucked? Okay. I have no idea why everything shifted. I think it's because this was on. Okay. I was hoping that that would help put it like, got us into this mess. Maybe it can get us out. The answer is no. Oh. Huh. Open. No. Hey, look, it's the thing that we were working on before I fucked it up. It wants to mirror shit, even though, like, we shouldn't at this point. I see. I think it has something to do with the way that it's mirroring things. And I don't know why. Did you apply mirror modifiers? I did for some of this. And that might be the issue. That and like the whole thing is like not perfectly... I don't know where it wants it to be in order for it to like be happy about being centered. Does it need to be like this where it's like halfway in the ground but like... You can add an empty at 0, 0, 0 to make it the target for mirrors. Got it. Is there a way to just send this fucker to 0, 0, 0 directly? There's gotta be. Global. Apply transform? Alt G. Okay, that's not the right button to press. Yeah, I mean, close. I mean, I could probably do that to like, what was it, Alt G? Press F13. I looked. I hate to say it, but I did look. Like, I've used that joke before. F3. F3. Apply. Transform. I see. So this guy's at 0, 0 now, and this guy's a little offset from 0, 0 because that's where he ought to be. Okay, I think it's good now. The rib cage didn't come with. Okay. Get a save over what we've got because I've re-zeroed it, and then it was no. Oh, do we have to re-add all that shit? Fuck. Mesh. No, I've got them. Okay. So then, what am I doing wrong? It's one of these buttons. One of these buttons does a thing that I give a shit about. No, because he did a command press thing, which is I don't know why I don't know where to click because we didn't click it.
Sculpting press N.
The in menu is what you're looking for. Yes, thank you. In. All right, and then from there we go to edit. Then select everything. Initialize mesh. Okay. And then on it, we just draw in front, add surface. Hello?
Then go to Edit, and here we find the B Surfaces add-on. Then press the Initialize button to create a basic vTopology setup. This will now create an empty mesh object with the shrink wrap modifier on it. We will automatically switch to the Annotate tool, and the placement is set to surface, and the face snapping is also enabled automatically. The snapping and the shrink wrap modifier helps us to keep the new geometry on the surface of this sculpting. Then let's zoom in here a bit and start drawing your strokes. Like this, and then click on Add Surface. This will now generate the first geometry.
What? Hello, you in here? No? Is it that I've done it to a part that isn't the right kind? What? Is it a layer thing? I was thinking that maybe. How would you feel the fans would react? I mean, that would just be like everyone would bounce from the thing, or a lot of people would. I think that it would be really hard to sell that idea to me as well. Despite the fact that I'm not like going to be a chud about it, I'm not just going to be like, why the fuck did that happen? You just released the Fulgrim model. Female custodes. And they were like semi-canon prior to this, but like the Emperor had a gender reveal party. It was called the Horus Heresy. Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine if that was just an elaborate gender reveal? Just millions dead. Uncountable tolls of carnage. What are you doing all the way there, being wrong? Something's very wrong and I don't know what it is. I'm gonna look into topology shit, but it looks to me like we can just fix this and not worry about that. But I want to play video games now. I think that you could... I also kind of want to fix up his face a bit now that I know a little bit more about the tools. I can make it a little bit better. Why don't we play video games now? Because, like, what needs to be done to this at this point is not going to be quick or easy. And no one in chat, myself included, has any idea what the fuck I'm doing. Tomorrow, Rev can deal with this. Today, Rev is going to play Sorcery. Where is Sorcery? There's an update to Deadlock? What'd you do? New map or something? Let me get the layout fixed because it's ass. Wait, which capture are you? Okay, we can get rid of you. Increase the decrease on you. Get rid of that. Now, if I click into it, are we going to be cool or no? Okay. This has got to be a window capture, isn't it? That was it. We had to do a window capture to make it work. Okay. Sorcery 2. All right, you said I have to do something very specific in order to make the game progress in the way that I want it to. I'm going to go to the Festival of Thieves because that seems like a good idea. What am I up to? Oh, right, I just got done looking at the chain shop and there's nothing. You want to go left now to the back to the first junction? So I want to back... And now go left? Go straight then. That's the most northeastern position that I can take. You try the main roads, a slight slope to reach the small settlement of poor huts. As you pass the homes, the ugly creatures, okay, gather and watch you in silence. A bit further down the road, you come across a body lying face down in a gutter. A beggar, asleep, or some sort of creature in a drunken stupor. You good? You approach the limp body cautiously. No one on the street seems to be taking any notice. You bend down closer and shake the shoulder of the body. There's no response. Roll over? You grip the body's arm and turn it over. As the face swings around, you jump aghast. The body is a semi-decayed corpse with its rotting head that is half a skull, half putrid flesh, and worse, an evil smile is spreading across its face. A moment later, it is sprung to its feet and leaping at you. Cool. Cast spell. Stop it. I don't remember what spells. Not res. We're not gonna resurrect it or whatever the fuck that would do. Dop, raz, big, law, dumb. You know what? I don't think there's a good spell for this that's not gonna be easier than just kicking its ass. Let's kick its ass. You draw your sword and inflict a quick blow. The blade lands deeper than you'd expect, slicing the corpse right down the middle. Collapses into a bloody mess of arms, legs, and head. A moment later, the body parts have lifted from the ground and are surrounding you, clawing, kicking, and biting and shoving. I've made it worse? You're now battling a flying mess. Okay. Corpse slows back, torso up, coming to protect the head. You raise your sword in reply and drop back across the street. All right, how about a good, like, 4 for a hit? Okay. The living corpse is all over you. Mid-swing, you are open. There's hair everywhere as the head gets close enough to try and bite out one of your eyes. You're bleeding. He doesn't have that much fuel to go with. I'm gonna go with another 4 swing. Yeah, that should be some decent damage here for a bit. Let's do another, like, I want to say a 3 swing this time. Yeah, because he's running out of stamina faster than I am. I like to take that first hit just as a way of, like, getting through. You motherfuck. Why is that 2 damage when you only went 0.2 above me? Cut. But that's 2 damage because I only went a little bit above you. Sideswipe? Just barely over. Okay, and that counter is 2 damage as well. 2? Yeah, you're out of fuel. Well, that hurt. Let's try again. That was really bad. Actually, we know he's gonna block right off the bat, so we'll do a tiny swing. And then we'll do a 5. And then let's do like another 5. I think I've figured out the combat here. He's been taking it easy, so he's gonna get a good swing on me here soon. There it is. Competent combat. I could probably have done better. The body parts on the ground squirm and slowly ooze back together. The corpse new looks once again as though it has been run over in a chariot race, but it's definitely lying still for now, for at least. Search it? Expecting another immediate attack, you go over and search the body, but it's clothed in rags and barely has pockets, let alone anything inside them. Mouth? You open the corpse's mouth with one finger and look inside. Nothing there. You remember the corpse's strange guttural screams, as though it was constantly choking. Throat? You push your fingers into the back of the corpse's throat. Something? Yes. With the fingertips, you draw out a fragment of paper. It's a handwritten line, but it's been torn in half in the script you cannot make out. Keep note? You pocket it. You'll figure out what it means later. Nearby doorway, a face appears and beckons you over. Sure. The damage you do has to do with what it says at the bottom. See? Oh. Okay, I don't get it. You stride over to the hut, the faces of a small gnome who begins to chatter in a high-pitched voice. You killed it? You killed it? I think you killed it. I killed it. It's wonderful, says the gnome. We're saved. It'll be a good few months before it wakes up again. We'll cart it somewhere else. Here, we wanted to thank you. Reaches behind him for something. He's not trying to kill me, I'm pretty damn sure. So I should probably blue skeet that I've switched to sorcery. Welcome by, my dude. How you doing? I think I can just quote retweet the thing that I posted earlier. Switched to Sorcery 2. Okay. Let's not kill him over this. 5 gold pieces. I'm sure it's not much to a man like... No, it literally is like significantly more than I had. I had 2. But it's all from us. It's from all of us peering through the tiny window of the tiny hut. You make out 20 or so faces. Thank you. The fuck is it? You used to be the second noble of Kar. Oh. But he angered the first, so he was cursed to live in Kar forever. Now that he's like a bad gold piece, keeps showing up, gets dumped in different parts of the city. I think we'll take him to Sven quarters next. It's their turn. So you just have this random guy who keeps not dying? That sucks. Can we put him somewhere? Can we put him somewhere like in a like cage or some shit? Like away from people? Like here's the second noble and turn him into a crypt. Legitimately just put him in a coffin. How's he getting out? Just put a big rock on him. There, I solved your problem. Go drag him somewhere and put a big fucking rock on him. What's he gonna do? He can't move. Not with rocks on him. Turn to pieces? Yeah, you put rocks on all the big pieces. Just drop a fucking boulder on him. I mean, yeah, something more extreme like sulfuric acid or whatever, but I mean, like, literally just put him in a coffin. And then put a rock or something on it so he can't open it. Like, this thing sucks, and you guys are just passing it around rather than dealing with it. No, maybe you can help me. Do you know anything of the spells for the North Gate? The gnome bursts into laughter, laughing so hard that you think that that he begins to cry. Do I look like a knob? Do I? You look like your ear is near the ground. Oh, I thought that was like an insult, but like, you look like someone who knows what's going on here. True, true. But to know the lines, you have to go lower than that. Not all the nobles are even alive anymore. He scratches his nose meaningfully. Though, what he means is anyone's guess. Anyway, you should ask the priest at the shrine. He might be able to help you. What priest? The priest! The gnome shrieks, alarmed by your sharp response. He waggles a nervous nose up the road somewhere. And then near the docks. The gnome's nose twitches. I'm going now, he said quickly. There's one more gift. There's more kerfuffle, and then he brings out a small purple potion. Blimberry juice, he says. You're bound to get into some scrapes along the way. He presses the potion in your hand. You thank him and place the gift into your pack. Then you continue up the street. Okay. I did it. I assume that's what I needed to do for that bit. It's absolutely insane, because I would have gone the wrong direction entirely. So to be clear, in order to solve this puzzle, you had to have gone one of 3 possible directions. The other 2 are wrong. That gives me like a 33% chance of successfully completing the first puzzle. You go along the road. On one side, the buildings are replaced by meager patches of field, roughly fenced and housed by small, skinny cattle. It's quiet. No one's about. This part of the city port is barely habited, so you're unlikely to find clues to the North Gate spell here. There will be more people to talk to near their docks. Pass by a large structure with its doors wide open. Smell of incense comes from within. A shrine of some kind? There's other ways to find the line, but you... Okay. Look at this. Yeah, sure, let's go in. Step into the gloomy shade. Is this the where those racist elves were hitting the bong really hard? Okay, so there's another way. You just get hit with a curse and have to give up food, which I don't have and don't want. You narrowly missed the line in the graveyard. I would assume I needed the charcoal. So I need to get charcoal before I get to the graveyard. I kind of fucked around with his grave for a minute and just didn't get anywhere. But I had a feeling I was pretty fucking close. You step into the gloomy shade of the building. The aroma of perfume and oil grows so thick that you begin to cough and choke, announcing your presence to whoever's within. Whoever is inside. The mausoleum. Oh. Singing voice falls silent. Who dat? There's no reply. Just quiet sound, like a light footstep or the turning of a page of a book. Then there's a voice. Those are very different sounds. Greetings, man of Analand. I see you are an honorable soul. You are welcome. Greetings. I see you're searching for something. I'm after the North Gate spell. Is that so? That is forbidden knowledge. The voice laughs again. There's that noise like a palm slapping down. I see difficulty upon difficulty. Show yourself? Another slap, as if the sound of cardboard being turned from a deck. Tell me, she says. Speak a word, and I'll tell you what I see. Gate. I see a closed door. I see a whispered secret. I see a trap of fire. Magic? I see a dead end. Closed door. I see a wise man. The card is reversed. This means death. I see a snake that eats its own tail. Yeah, we've been there. I remember this. Fire? See an eye of burning red. Whispered secret. A small creature, a pet. Something from the far end of the room. A single candle flame ignites. A shade has been lifted from a lamp, revealing a woman in a deep hood, seated at a star-shaped table. She is staring at the cards laid out in front of her. Approach. Stay back. You seek the crown of kings. You intend to conquer the world. I seek to save it. Nothing will save it. The damage is done. It would be better if the crown were dropped in the sea. Remember this. Who the fuck are you to say this shit to me? Woman looks up with deep eyes. A long scar runs along her face, from mouth to left ear. I see things. Oh, that reminds me, I found this, I was in this class with this woman who had a Colombian necktie done to her. Like, she survived it, which you don't. Don't Google that. I'll explain to you what it is. It's where you get your throat slit, and then they try and pull your tongue out through... My point is that it's kind of impressive that she's okay. Don't look it up. That's why I explained it afterwards. Just this context reminded me of that. She was in my screenwriting for television class. The woman looks up with deep eyes. A long scar runs along her face, from mouth to ear. I see things. Things that not all wish to hear. Never heard of that? I think that was probably just the thing that gangsters did. Send a message. Like, what's the point of that aside from freaking out people unrelated to the person you're killing? Just anyone who sees that is going to be like, what in the goddamn? I don't know how the fuck you survived that shit. Seems pretty, seems like something that kills you. Not gonna lie. But she had the scar to prove it, so I'm not gonna fight her on that one. Apparently she can survive that and come back from it, so she's made a hardier shit than I was at the time, that's for damn sure, and probably still am. I wish to hear. You're wise. She turns another card, a movement that is almost involuntary. Then she looks up at you. Remember this. Crown is not in car. There are many who claim that it is, and only one who is deceived. Only one who truly believes. Thanks. The streets will burn, she murmurs. The wolves must be turned around. Okay, well, you have a good one. Main road continues up a small rise between small fields. Since no one can leave the walls of Kar, the citizens do their farming inside the walls as best as they can. The fields to your right, you hear a groan. To the left, a narrow path winds away. So, like, you're never allowed outside the gates in this. Like, once you're in, you're in. How is there a seaport? How does this just... How is there enough farmland to... Where does the trash... Why'd you build it on a river? There's so many issues with that conceptually, but you know what? Fantasy. Whatever, fuck it. Let's look for the noise. Half a dozen fat pigs grubbing in the muck to your right. Just beyond them, a group of creatures huddle around a fire pit, from which there drifts a mouth-watering smell. Let's go look at the creatures. Car seems to be filled with creatures you can't place. Have one thing, have another, but from the way the strange creatures are all at the fire pit sit and talk, it seems they do not see their own differences. One sees you, however, and beckons with a large clawed hand. Yeah, alright, I'm hungry. You clamber over the fence and stride towards the creature. With a few paces, the smell of cooking meat reaches your nostrils. See a large pig turning on a spit above the fire. The creature who waved you over and watched you approach has watched you approach. He grins hooked teeth and cocks his head at you to greet you. Perhaps using magic might give you an advantage? I don't think I should just murder people? My dad sent me a meme. It's titled Death Metal Triangle Player. And it's a musician holding a triangle, looking at the sheet music, and then he's holding a blender. Or like a hand mixer. Ready to turn it on. How about I cast Sus? I feel like casting Sus should not be, like, offensive. Just, are you trying to kill me? The meat is fine and good. The creatures are friendly enough that will retaliate if crossed. Once reassured, the voice departs. Okay, how's it going, y'all? Greetings, that smells good. It is, the creature agrees. We picked the best one to bite into. He waves at you to sit down. You then understand his generosity. They are poachers. They stole this pig? Well, I got a decent lie for when the cops come around. You take a place in the circle around the fire. The creatures shuffle and shift to make a little room for you. You mind if I have some food? Not, see, shush. I mean, it's a city that, like, everyone steals in. So, like, when in Rome, Fuck around and find out. Take some pig. Thanks, man. Oh my god, was that Phasmophobia where we first talked about water being round? I'm glad you were able to find that. Scam call. Car is a big place, one finally answers. Full of people pushing each other for power. Pulls a leg from the pig, making the meat tear and stretch to demonstrate. We want to avoid all of them if you can. It was observation duty. Oh, okay. Why didn't I bully them? They just do, it's all AI now, man. Just like everything. I don't even have real people to fuck with. Like, if you're gonna fuck with me, if you're gonna make my phone, like, cause me to have a little, like, conniption, maybe don't fucking use AI. Like, then I'll answer it. I forgot about making impreg Chuck E. Cheese art. That seems like something I would do. Yeah, I would do that. Ask him about the North Gate. Won't be staying here long. I'm headed for the North Gate, you tell him. Can you help me find the way? You're going to the Bachlands? Why? My business is my own. Lead poacher nods, taking no offense and accepting your answer. North Gate is a hard thing to open. I've never heard of anyone doing it. Spell lines? You nod seriously. From across the field, a woman begins to sing. The poachers smile and clap each other on the back. Cercis is coming. Who's that? Our treasure, says the man. Sorcery is how we know what we should do. You'll see. By now, the woman has reached the group. She greets the men with a kiss on each cheek. Stupid quiz VODs? Amazing. He demanded me to describe the flavor of water. And I went with round. And then locked in on that and figured that was right. Help me how? Did she not tell you? Oh. You're a fortune teller. Cersei sees all. One of the poachers calls out. For instance, which fields will be left unattended, said another. All right. I'll have my fortune told. The men cheer and you kneel in the mud across from her. She holds out a palm. Cross my palm with silver. Oh, you mean give you money? Oh. I have nothing that's silver. She smiles but shrugs. Cersei smiles but shrugs, picking up her orb and moves over to one of the other men, who hands her what looks like a silver tooth, then sits down to hear his fortune. She places her palms on the crystal and begins to hum. Doesn't look like any fortune-telling spell you've ever read about. Rewind. Oh my god, I have to redo this whole bit? Greet the creatures. Sit with them. Ask for pig. Take some pig. Ask them about car. Ask them about Northgate. My business is my own. Who is Sorceress? Help how? You're a fortune teller? Here my fortune. Offer her the city noble's badge. You move the noble's badge you found in the abandoned house and place it into her palm. Her eyes widen suddenly. She recognizes it for what it is, and suddenly... Did I get this from that... Like, this is from the previous loop. How the fuck would I have had this, aside from going back in time? I would assume that you can't do this plot line unless if you had done that. Yeah. It's the rewind thing. So you wouldn't have gotten this scene unless if you had done the rewind. It's the only way to have gotten this item, I guess. You can give her other silver things. Got it. Okay. Her eye was widened suddenly. She recognizes it for what it is and suddenly looks suddenly to your face with a searching expression. An expression pauses into puzzlement. How'd you come by this? Are you a noble? I found it. Very well, it is silver and it will do. She closes her fists and nods. It is acceptable. She places her palms on the crystal and begins to hum. Doesn't look like any fortune-telling spell you've ever read about. Silver chain at the chain shop. Got it. Silver arrows. A minute passes and her eyes flick open. I see a long journey to a distant land. I see danger and excitement. All right. Poacher holds up a finger for silence. Seriously continues. Eyes still closed. I see more. You must watch for a dagger and a fish. I see a paved road with white stone leading to a place of great sadness. A blind man will stab you in the back. She lifts her palm from the glass and smiles. Someone gets her pork to eat. Offer to read hers in return. This is how I steal it. Can I have my thing back? Like, do I, is it gone? Treasure. Yeah, I guess I offer to read hers in return. You declare into the quiet that follows her reading. You tell everyone else's, you must be curious about your own. She stops eating to stare at you. There's a murmur of excitement from the group. This is the most unusual challenge. You? What do you know of fortune telling? I'm a fucking wizard. She raises a thin, dark eyebrow in a cool surprise. You are? You hold out a hand for the crystal orb. Not taking her eyes off you, she puts it into your hand. She sits down defiantly in front of you. Well then, tell me what you see for old poor Circe, she declares, her eyes flashing with a challenge. You take a moment to collect your thoughts. The orb pleasingly heavy in your palm. Okay, there is a spell specifically for having a crystal ball. And I'll just cast it, whatever the fuck it does. Far. Oh, okay. That's all I gotta do. Far. Cast spell. F-A-R. 4. You cast a spell, placing your hands on the crystal orb. Your mind clears, a vision forms, but not of Circe and her future, but your own. You see yourself in a low stone shrine somewhere here in the city of Kar. A man in a long white robe stands at your elbow. He's speaking. What is the answer to the question that has never been asked? You see your own mouth opening to reply. Concentrate as hard as you can and struggle to maintain your vision. Then, as it begins to slip, there's a touch on her hand, and another presence joins yours. Sorcery? You breathe? In your vision, you see the man in the white robe bow his head, defeated at the word. The vision fades. Circe is watching you intently, waiting for her fortune. The crowd around leans in. I see your fortune, you begin. I see you I see you losing several friends. I see you divulging a secret. A great and weighty decision seems to pass round her face. She looks to you for a moment and confirms it, and then nods once more and turns to her friends. Please be quiet, all of you, she says quietly. The stranger is right. I must make a confession. I am not a fortune teller. That is my secret. The poachers cannot believe their ears. One denies it. Another one claims to have known all along. A third, who seems to be at a loss of money on a bet once, seems to become quite enraged and is held back by two more. Within a few moments, the whole group is rolling around in the mud, engaged in the most almighty, "Welp, my work here is done. It's all his fault." Oh, shit. You try and run, but the man of the size of a horse dives your legs. Oh, Jesus, you're down in the mud in the middle of a bruise up of your life. You crawl out from under the pile of the 15 men to find the precious orb has been scattered to millions of fragments, and several of those fragments have cut you along the leg and side. You limp back to the road. Well, that was certainly something that happened to me. What the fuck was that about? The answer to the question that's never been asked is Sorcery. All right. Is this the church over here? No, that's the house that I've been to. So I'd assume I'd need to go this way. I guess I don't have to this time, but maybe it puts me on track to do another thing. I'm down 2 HP from where I started. Yeah, not a smart man. I thought I was gonna get away with an orb, which would be fucking rad. Oh, I was the one telling her that she was gonna lose her friends. And I was right. Because they fucking hate her now. You can find it multiple ways. Okay. If I were a church and it's not that, that's like the other place. You know what? I'm gonna go somewhere I haven't gone before, because I've searched that place and I got what I needed to figure out how to kiss that guy on the forehead or whatever. And I'm pretty sure I searched that place top to bottom. I don't think I need anything else from here. So I'm gonna go up the hill because it's new. Road climbs between higher fences and onto open fields. And this time, you haven't murdered anyone yet. That's a good point. I'm gonna try and not murder anyone. I just don't get a good choice. I mean, that one guy's fine. Road climbs between high fences and onto the back, and then into open fields. A little further on, you see a rock face as car climbs another level. At the top of this one is a line of grand houses with ornamental roofs and pillared colonnades. I know he's not necessary, but look at buildings. This is where the richer creatures of Kar live, looking down across the fields they own. You can imagine them sipping from iron wine on their balconies, watching the toil of the farm workers through a spyglass. But the more you look, the more you realize something is wrong. A tree grows from one roof. Another one has slipped sideways into a yard, into a neighbor's house. These places are falling into ruin. You knew Kar was poor, but this is worse than you'd ever heard. There's hints on where the church is in your clues tab. Okay, so the clues that are grayed out are ones that I've solved. The Shrine of Slag? Slang? That church? Between the well and the docks of Lower Car. Okay. The well and the docks of Lower Car. All right, so the well is here. So that's where I need to go. So I guess I'll go to this junction. What's the worst net slang you've had to explain to a family member? I did explain furries to someone once. Did I ever finish that Sniper Elite game? Can I be honest? I kind of stopped liking it after a bit, you know? Like, it kind of seemed shit. Like, they really didn't put their whole pussy into that one. Not gonna lie. Road carries on, rising very slightly through the thin and meager fields. Do IRL Sniper Elite? Yeah, that's called a felony. The scarecrow is made from skeletons, hangs from a post on either side, their bones rattling in the breeze. There's no one about. Hottest part of the day approaching, you reach a sort of crossroads. Look around. To the right of the main road, a track lined with colored flags that leads along a line of the cliff. Short distance from the road is a small hut made from mud bricks. Smoke rises through the chimney. A thick, rich smell wafts from the door. You're feeling weak, and the thought of food makes your spirits rise. Like, you'd think shooting... I think if I say that word, I actually get demonetized, so I'm not going to say who the antagonists in Sniper Elite are. But, when you shoot them, it should be fun, but it was like, okay? Like, I could finish it, but the main character was so insufferable. He would not shut the fuck up. Let's check the small hut. What's the worst that could happen? The door to the small hut is a little ajar. Pleasant smells drift out, but you hear nothing from inside. Knock, knock. Enter, friend, but be careful as you open the door. Slip through the doorway? What the fuck are you? Looking up, you notice a jar of some kind of liquid precariously balanced on top of the door. Shop is a kitchen. There is a fire with a grate and a pot above it. Fast and reliable. Submachine gun. Simple, efficient. I mean, if people want me to finish it, I'll finish it, but... And again, it could just be me, but I didn't think that anyone was vibing with it that much. Thinking about that GW wizard with gun model? Yeah. I mean, we know how it ends, I guess, because, like... It's real history, roughly. We were just here for the nut shots, and they were, like, not that fun. They were not that fun. If I want to kick someone to the balls, I could just play, you know, I want to say Castlevania, but that's not right. Castle Wolfenstein. They're going to put out another DLC to kill the H-Man. World's worst artist and person. 1940s edition. Honestly, pretty difficult prize given the time era, but I think he wins it. Well, I said 1940s for a reason, Shadow. You don't play as him. You play as someone who wants to make him go away. Looking up, you notice a jar of some kind of liquid balanced precariously on top of the door. The shop is a kitchen. No matter how hard you look, you cannot seem to see the I mean, it's this thing, whatever the fuck that is. Look near the hearth. You notice a strange-looking creature standing beside a pot. He has a human torso, but his head is nothing but green-colored jelly. He's hard to spot because of the vegetables hanging from the wall behind him, but you can tell he is a chef. As long, sinuous tentacles coming from his head are scooping with ladles, stirring with spoons, waving salt shakers, and brandishing a cleaver. So what do you want? Play as him to get easy headshots? Could you, like, shoot yourself in the balls and the head at the same time? I guess it depends on how stretchy your ball sack is. If you could put it in your mouth, it would make things a lot easier, but mine is not that stretchy. I think it's more of a positioning thing than anything else. Yeah, you definitely aim up rather than down. Luffy could shoot himself in the balls and the head at the same time. You're right. I'm not sure why you brought that up, but yes. You could definitely do it with one. Like, I don't think that there's going to be much, like, interference with your balls. Like, your balls are not going to slow your bullet speed that much. You know? Especially because he only had one. So, like, I don't think that it's going to cause the bullet to, like, go, like, ricochet or something. Like, you just kind of, like, got to aim it right. It just seems difficult. But I think that, you know, that would have been alright if he did that. The fact that he just did a shoot where the shoot was gun and the gun was head, that works too. Imagine this is the conversation I come into a room with this eldritch creature with. Yeah, that's a good point. He has a human torso, but the head is... Okay, right. It's hard to spot because of the vegetables hanging from the wall behind it, but you could tell that he is the chef. What do you want? Talk to it. Greetings, creature. Look, I don't have all day. What do you want? I'm hungry. $5 fucking gold pieces? No, that's not all right. There's no way that it's worth that. No, I'll buy... I think I could buy like 3 or 4 for like 5 earlier. It's like 2 for 1 or some shit. You want me to pay 5 for 1? Nah. Leave. I don't have money for that shit. Alright, let's go for the flags. Follow a wide path between the flags. After a few minutes, you notice something in the distance. A dark mass with bright colors shining through. It's not until you hear the sound then you realize what it is. A huge crowd of people gathered around a set of tents. It's a fair. That was described really weirdly. Enter fair. Get pickpocketed. People and creatures sprawl across the path. I mean, probably because I was being racist towards him. Can you imagine just like going into someone's house and being like, "Hey, like, what's up? You need something? Hello, creature. Yeah, what's up? How much is food? $50. That's too much. I'm leaving." Like, that's just customer service right there. Someone coming into your fucking business and calling you a creature, then not buying shit. You ease your way to the edge of the gathered crowd, which all looks in good spirits and fun. There's so many people here. Perhaps you'd like to pick up some okay. Look around. There are a group of musicians playing a merry jig for a troupe of dancers. Elsewhere, a dwarf is trained to dancing bear on a lead. On one side, watched by a hollering and cheering crowd, a ruffian is calling for challengers to take on his champion in a bare-knuckle combat. Oh, I didn't even have to ask Tilda if she's had that kind of day. She worked for a yarn shop for a minute. And those are people who don't go outside, that have money, and it's like their husband's rich person money. It's Soki. I don't know enough about your job to understand what you do, but I will say helping someone get a green card is the least 1940s Germany thing to do. Immigration paralegal. Not a fucking paralegal or a doctor or anything, but that seems like what your fucking job is to get them a green card. Like, that seems like an ideal outcome, actually. Right? The dude was insane? I'm starting to believe that. Yeah. The company finally... What? Yeah, I mean, if you denied his green card, that'd be one thing. But if you're trying to get him one, that's like the opposite. But yeah, no. Tilda's old job was just dealing with rich, older women who hated their husbands. But we're still married to them because they had lots of money, and so they spent it on fun drugs and yarn. Low key. Grandma's fucking wilding. You look at various events. Okay, it's quite a spirited affair. Top of the midway. Sure. One of them introduced the phrase Warhammer Widow to my wife. Which is to say, like, he cares more about Warhammer than, like, you. And that's like, no. The balls of someone in a yarn shop being like, oh, your husband likes expensive crafty thing that he does for fun? You should shame him for it. Men shouldn't have hobbies. They should fix pipes and die. Hello. What's up, boy? How are you? I was actually gonna go pee. Would you mind, like, entertaining chat for a minute? Here. I'm not even gonna put him in the chair. I just know him. I'm put on an ad for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Wait, did you leave? Where you going? What's been entertaining chat, man? Not a cooperative activity.
What is that? It's the Ender!
Alright, I'm back. The boy decided that he needed to, like, see me pee instead. He just kind of like, I went to the bathroom and he was like, nah, I'm coming in too. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah. And then he's like, he had Grumptail about it. The boy just decided not to come and sit in my lap or sit in the chair. It's like a nice warm spot for him to be. And he's like, nah, I'm not about that. Peeing is a social activity for cats. I don't know why. You walk to the north end of the fairgrounds midway. The fair continues from here, a road that leads uphill. Place is full of bluster and noise. Huge number of people crowd around a boxing ring. Then more clap their hands and stamp as they watch a group of dancers. Alright, alright. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna just go beat the shit out of someone because I don't know many things, but one of the things I know is violence. And I can do violence real good like. Bare knuckle fighting, let's go. You cross the fairgrounds to a wrestling ring. A ruffian inside is announcing the current challenge. People of car, are you ready to fight? In the white corner, we have a challenger. Avnar the Barbarian. Oh, I can pray to God to get... I should do that now. Because it takes a while for it to come back. Is it like every day you get to use it once or something like that? Is there like a huge desync on the can? No, it's fine. Crowd cheers and whoops. Ask someone about the fight. What the fuck is going on? No rules. That's what makes it so entertaining. No weapons, another man puts in. That's the only rule. And in the black corner, the brawling champion of Kar, the one they only call Skull Splitter, the ogre Kagor of Daddylay. And who can challenge? Anyone crazy enough to want to get their head smashed in. Challenger, are you ready? Avnar nods and beats his chest. It's not any worse than... I mean, there's a little bit of delay, but as long as it's, like, not super awkward, I'm kind of okay with it. It has... Like, there's always been delay with my audio. Not a lot. It's a couple milliseconds. But you notice it more when you can track it with my face. Avnar is about half as tall as you again, with sheets of muscle on his arms and legs, but he's probably lighter than the ogre, which will mean he has less momentum. On the platform, the ruffian turns to the ogre. Champions, are you ready? Beast appears to not understand the question, but scratches his armpits. The ruffian nods. Skull Splitter. Looks twice as thick as any ogre you might meet. He's made of solid muscle. His arms... Okay, I missed my chance to bet. I don't notice a delay. I think it's slight enough that you shouldn't, which is why I'm kind of like, I'm fine with it. Like, whatever on that one. The crowd roars, ready for a fight. The barbarian in the white corner growls and beats his chest. The ogre raises his fists into the air and shakes them. Wait and watch. I'm gonna say the ogre probably wins this one. Barbarian beats his chest, pounds the ogre heavily about the head. Suddenly, Avnar is looking good. Okay. Wow, okay. I guess I could back up to before the fight. We know that Avnar's gonna win, so... Place a bet. You find the wager man is looking for someone. You find the wager man by looking for his enormous hat, which odds and returns are pinned to the bits of cloth. Feeling lucky, are you? Chuckles with evident glee. His palms are sweating. You notice he carries a flick blade inside his sleeves. Place your money on me. Odds? 3-1 to the champion. Okay, place bet. Is the champion the barbarian or the ogre? I would assume it's the barbarian, right? No, it is the ogre. I'll bet on the barbarian then. Maximum bet is 3 gold pieces. All right. Good odds though. It's 3-1, so that means that for every gold piece I bet, I get 3 back. If I understand betting odds. So I'll get 9 gold if I get this right. Wait, the ogre is the champion? Cast a spell. What does DOP do? I guess I could just cast a spell and see. The ogre is the champion currently. Oh. Well, I don't want that. I don't want to bet for the guy that'll give me more gold. The challenger is Avnar the Barbarian. You are correct. Oh, I did. Oh. Well. Bet on the barbarian. Cast spell. Cool, I'm glad that we just spent that moment of our lives redoing the thing I just did. Stop. That doesn't seem like it would help right now. Dawes. Causes slowness. Cast it on the ogre. You cast the spell of the ogre and the balance of the fight begins to change. Suddenly, the ogre looks dizzy and slow. He can't seem to grip his opponent properly. The slow-moving ogre roars with rage, struggling forwards towards the barbarian, landing a mighty blow. Avnar is looking good. Let's just wait and watch. You hang back and watch. Growling and muttering, the ogre works to the barbarian, cracking his skull. The crowd goes quiet. The fight is in balance once again. Barbarian staggers suddenly. The crowd gasps, but he picks himself back up once more. Causes depression. I don't know if that'll help right now. Read minds. I don't have a skull cap. Hello? K-I-D. Okay. Something happened there. No. T. Okay, that's tell. I mean, maybe depression will work. Enchant the barbarian. I don't think giving him depression will help right now. You cast the enchantment over the ogre, who begins to look thoroughly miserable. You have given Avnar the much-needed boost. Ogre's lip has been split and bleeding. The barbarian beats his chest and pounds the ogre heavily above his head. Avnar's agility is helping him take the fight, but then Ogre puts in a devastating side swipe. Shout for the barbarian. Finish him! Confused, the ogre howls with fury and powers towards the barbarian, winding him, but the fight could go either way. I don't know how much I could help this asshole. Whoops. Okay, so it's not a sure thing. I don't know how many spells I can cast to actually benefit this. Ask someone about the fight. Go over Avnar. Place a bet. Place a bet. Bet on the barbarian. 3 gold pieces. Wait and watch. Okay, the ogre looks good on form, but the barbarian comes back with an unexpected thump. Okay, he's losing again. Maybe this is where we cast the spell? Dawes or Da? I mean, I have no idea what opening a lock would do right now, but sure. Okay, so it did nothing. Cool. That's what I figured it would do, considering there are no doors nearby, but alright. D. O. P. Nope. Dawes. Cast it on the ogre. Cast a spell over the ogre who's... Yeah, let's go. Take up the challenge. I challenge you, you cry. All eyes turn to look towards you. The fight master beams. We have a stranger taking the challenge. Let's let him through. Use up a point of stamina I didn't need to, but I mean, like, fine. The crowd parts as you are helped up into the ring until, under his breath, the fight master outlines the rules. Fair fight, no magic. Pound your opponent until he can't stand. Ready? Okay. In the black corner, the ruffian announced, Avnar. In the white corner, what do I call you? A stranger. It's not very exciting, he says, but all right. The stranger himself. A crowd is beginning to look furious, or beginning furiously to place bets. You can hear them discussing your relative merits. He looks feeble. Looks like a maniac to me. You ready your fists. Annalander stands like, yeah, that outs me as someone who doesn't, like, you ain't from around here, are ya? And that's not what I want right now. Block. The barbarian raises his fist into the air and roars. The crowd roars in return. You drop down into a ready crouch. Knees bent, arms wide, ready to react. He charged straight at you. You wait for the last moment, then you throw yourself to one side, out of harm's way. He steps backwards across the ring, putting space between you. Annalander. He's gonna do maybe one more haymaker and then he's gonna be out of steam. That was his steam. Okay. You dodge the blow as he passes. Okay, cool. Let's give you a good old, like, 4.5. So does it matter how much I put in? Like, is 5 any different than 4 or 3? Like, here we got clout, but the bottom text matters. Okay. Well, let's thump him then. Only 1 damage for that. How about another bash? Oof. Bash. Running out of steam, old man. Running out of fucking steam, old man. shit the bed. Bash. I'm gonna get 2 decent throws on him, and then he's... No, this one he like goes hard, right? No. This is the next one he goes hard on. Okay, we both blocked. I block, then I smash. 1? All right. So he blocked, so he gained some stamina. Here's another block, because there's him getting more stamina back. Now, he's probably going to block, so we just want a decent hit. How about a 5? Oh, you actually went for that shit. Fuck you. Let's try again, because that was bad. Okay, block the first 2 swings, then go hard. Okay, that's the sign that he's not going to block again. A 9, please? Nope, that's his sign that he is going to block. Okay. Now we block. He does block twice. Oh, he's got 7 out of 8 HP right now. I'm gonna block again. He's gonna do another block. And then he's gonna go for it, but I can go harder. There we go. That was a good swing. Preparing a heavy swing, you charge for the opponent. The barbarian is wide open, arms raised. He cannot defend himself. We block that one. Now he's going to go into block mode, of which we only want to put a little muscle on. Oh, you didn't block. Avnar staggers, suddenly crashing into the ropes at the side of the ring. A gasp goes up from the crowd. Block. The text can sometimes give hints. It seems very difficult to understand what the hints are. You block one, dodge the next, and escape mostly unarmed. I think this is his power down turn. I'm gonna thump him anyway. Yeah, it was. Oh well. All right, I'll block with you then. Oh, okay, we're not doing that. He switched up his strat. Avnar grunts with frustration as he turns around twice. He hits the mat. For once, you think he might even be staying down, but then, shaking his stupid head, he picks himself up. How about you fucking stop? One more try. I can do better than that. Block. Heavy hit. How's that only 2 fucking damage? Alright, he steps backwards across the ring, putting some space between you. Alright, I'm down to block as well. Beats his chest and roars. Block again. Like, you're not gonna beat your chest if you're gonna go for a swing. How about a big punch? God damn it. There's gonna be another block. Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Have a pattern, my bitch. Bash. Okay, fine. This is gonna be your block round? No? Okay. Is this your block round? You son of a bitch. Whatever. We're gonna do it again and not fuck it up. Okay, fine. Whatever. We're gonna hit it one more time. Block. Thump. Okay, one more try. I can do better. He only goes like, he's not as strong as me. I can hit him harder. 3 damage to you there. He's gonna go for like a 5.4. I can't hit that, so I'm just gonna block. Oh, okay, you're blocking too. Cool, cute. All right, when he steps backwards across the ring, that means that he's gonna charge the next attack. I'm gonna block this. He might block here. I think we do something like mid. Oh! 4.1 over 4. He blocks. No? Okay. Thump. That's 2 damage. He's only got 1 left. He retreats across the ring. Is he afraid? He is, but I don't care. 2. Okay, 2 is good. That's the best I'm gonna do, I think. You stagger from the ring, the crowd cheering for you. You collect your winnings. Fair spreads out all across around you. Hawkers announce their various attractions on top of their lungs. The general atmosphere.
41 out of 40. Suck my nuts, Christopher Robin.
41 out of 40. Nice fucking job. No, nice. That was just fortuitous. Middle of the midway or into the fair? Let's go check out the midway. I don't think I give a shit about musicians. Dancing Bear and Beer Tent. You know, I'm good. Yeah, I just really wanted to come here and watch some people beat the shit out of each other. Now that I've had my fill, I'm leaving. You pitch through the crowd, following the road uphill. The party's getting wilder, but you do well to be away from here before things get out of hand. At the far edge of the fair, the litter has left tide marks in the grass. There is one last small tent here, probably a ticket booth that has simply been ignored by the crowds of car. Let's look at the small tent. Cabinet of Fortune. Try your luck. Prize for it all. All right. Let's make a move. What the fuck is this? You go over the tent, push back the flaps. Inside, a grubby, bearded man leaps up from where he was sitting cross-legged on the floor and comes over to pump your hand. Welcome, welcome, my friend, he exclaims, and somewhere over enthusiastically. Now let's see what prize you can win today. You must know this, there are no losers at Honest Hannah's Cabinet Fortune. He gestures with one hand towards a large glass cabinet in the center of the tent. What is this? It's the most simple game. You give me 2 pieces, and my little pet will fetch something for you. He points inside the glass case. And that's when you notice a small, wiry creature curled up amongst the pile of jewelry, books, gold, and other things. Okay. Cast a spell. Isn't there one that allows me to talk to, freaks? Rap or yap? Depending. Yeah, Dancing Bear just is a bear that's been abused until it does what you want it to, right? Rap. Put on the wig and cast your spell. Not on Hannah, of course. You can understand everything he says, but what about the creature in the glass cabinet? Sadly, though, it's not speaking. It sits in glum, thoughtful silence. Seems like a fucking rip. Oh, I could unlock the bear's cage. I do have gold to spend. I'd rather not spend it on useless shit, but what are the odds that I actually get something good? Probably not high. These books like to fuck you on that. Fine. Small button on the side that seems to operate a cantilevered spike which pokes the creature, who squeals, jumps up from its perch, and begins fluttering around. Watch. Creature keeps flapping around inside. Eventually, the creature selects something in the prize pool, which it drops into the chute on the far side of the cabinet. Take my prize. You open the flap and remove a small leather pouch. You open it, it seems to be empty, but a few moments later, you find you're scratching on your neck, behind your ears, and on your arms. Fleas! I'll have the patch back, though, if you don't mind. Snatches it from you whilst... I'm sorry, did you just charge me 2 gold to get fleas? Save's coming. Actually, we're gonna go back to here. Here. Chaos reigns. You join the fair to... You cross the fair to join a crowd gathered a safe distance from around a dancing bear. Dwarf stands in front of the bear, holding a lead that is fastened to a ring on the creature's nose. See my beauty dance, he growls, jerking the cord. The bear stumbles in obvious pain. He tugs the cable as he plays a pipe with great gusto. The crowds are in stitches of laughter at the poor bear's performance. Well, free the bear. The dwarf is clearly a rogue of some kind who does not deserve the attention of the crowd. You wonder what the bear might do if the cord holding it were cut. There's several people in the way, and the dwarf is unlikely to let you near. Cast spell. Fucking dop? We can't do that. What is Niff? Rip ass? Okay. I don't know if ripping ass is gonna help right now. I could cast Law. I think that would allow me to command him to drop it. Control non-intelligent creatures. Okay. Yeah, I think we just rip ass. You cast a spell, but for some reason, nothing happens. Wait a minute, you stole from me too? You cast a spell, but for some reason, nothing happens. It's most curious. Sudden cry grows up from somewhere in the audience. My gold! My gold! Pickpocket! Beware, there's a pickpocket at work! You and the rest of the crowd spin around towards the voice. You see a small creature darting off from the crowd towards one of the tents. He stole my fucking shit! That's why it didn't work. You elbow your way through the crowd and hoping to grab the pickpocket. There are too many people in the way. By the time you've pushed the edge of the crowd, the little figure has vanished. Someone shouts, "What's happening to the dwarf?" Whatever. You slip quietly away, listening to the hue and cry as... When has magic not worked before? When I didn't have this shit? We're just gonna, We're just gonna leave. Fuck this place. I want to spend as little time with these assholes as possible. Well, hello, boy. Boy, hello. Can I have you? You go. There's a boy. Hey, Count Viscount, how you doing? It's a boy. He's a good boy. Oh. Is that wife? Hello? It's wife. Welcome home, my love. I totally lost track of time. I mean, it's so bright out, I didn't even think to turn on the wife light. I don't think so. Not until we switch back the other way around again. I'm gonna check and see if there's any art. I really need to see my wife today because I didn't see her this morning. So I'm gonna go kiss her once I make sure that we've seen all the art. Okay, there is no new rev fart. Disco I think counts as one. That one's a very highly regarded game that like I just couldn't get into. And it's like I can tell it's a well-made game, but just not one that I care for. Which is the difference between it being bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a bad game, I just don't like it. I would love to play some games with Mike. I don't really care which ones. Like, New Vegas, I just don't get why people like it. But, like, Disco Elysium, I get why people like it. I'm just not for that person. Like, I don't like the gameplay loop. But I could say that about, like, football games. That doesn't mean that it's... Okay, well, that's probably not a good example. You get my point anyway. Like, it's just not my thing. Like, I don't enjoy the narrative as much as I thought I would. And that's the core of it. Did you like the gameplay loop of Pooh Ball? No. I've asked about Repo. Yeah, I don't really like reading books. I like listening to books, but I don't really like reading them. So I think that's why that's the case. I'm gonna see if I can maybe... Well, Luigi guy said he was sick earlier, right? It's him and Raylord that are sick. Yeah, I mean, 41 out of 40 was a great moment. Felt good. We can continue more of that tomorrow, or we can do Nier, or we can do... I feel like if I'm going to play Satisfactory, I should restart that run, because that run was oof. Could do Baltro. Are there any games that I've given up on that you guys want to see return? Voices of the Void? That could be one, sure. Stardew? I beat Stardew. I just didn't interact with anyone. I've been playing a lot more Balatro, like in my own free time now. Town of Nowhere 2 or March of the Mice? I think I could see myself doing more Town of Nowhere, but like currently I'm working on essentially the next Town of Nowhere. So I mean, I'm setting the dating sim with the monster that I was working on earlier in the Town of Nowhere universe. So like that is work on that, I guess. Wait, what? If you made a real game version of Town of Nowhere, what would you change? I thought about doing it as a not a visual novel, but it's like a visual novel but different. The one. No, it's a type of visual novel where you don't get to make decisions. I think it would be good to convert Town of Nowhere, a kinetic novel. I think it would be good to convert Town of Nowhere episodes 1 and 2 into kinetic novels, but that's a lot of work and not interesting of a project. And as far as I can tell, like there's not really an easy way of simplifying it. So, yeah. I was going to say we probably would be doing Repo this weekend, but probably not. Kinetic novel is a choose your own adventure that it's a book. Kinetic novel is a book in video game form. You don't get to make choices. It just does its own thing. Yeah, it's got, you know, music and sound effects and shit like that. I don't know as if I would do a whole like separate campaign. I feel like that's the way that story needed to go. And I'm glad it went that direction because I would have done something more noir with it. And I don't think it would have been as good. Anyway, I'm going to go see my wife now. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. We're probably going to try and figure out what the fuck read topology is and go from there. Despite chat's reservations, I think I Want to Hug That Gator would be worth playing from what I've heard secondhand about. I think it would make Rev go real. Like one of the main characters is an artist. I mean, it's very, very common that that's a thing. That's a chud game. Ah, okay. See that doesn't sound great. I don't know. Oh, it's the Snoop game guy. Yeah, it's if it's guy who made Monster School or whatever it's called, but more transphobic, I don't really want it. Volcano High. We could raid Geek. We'll raid Geek. I'll see you guys later. Bye.